There are stories in our world that disappear before they're ever told. Events that briefly make headlines, then vanish. Whistleblowers ignored, files sealed, investigations dropped without explanation. Tonight, we're diving into the disturbing silence around some of the strangest and most unexplained modern events. These are secrets not buried by time, but by choice, quietly pushed aside, forgotten, or deliberately erased. Before we begin, just a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't essential to enjoy the experience. They add depth, but the stories are told in full through audio, so feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or fall asleep to these unsettling truths. And if you find value in this kind of content, consider subscribing to help support more videos like this. Let's begin our exploration of the secrets the media quietly buried. Above us, hidden in the clouds themselves, lies one of the most quietly acknowledged yet publicly ignored operations of our time. While most people look up at the sky and see nature taking its course, the reality is far more controlled than we might imagine. For decades, governments around the world have been actively manipulating the weather, seeding clouds with chemicals, and controlling precipitation in ways that would sound like science fiction if they weren't documented fact. But here's where it gets interesting. Despite being openly practiced and even celebrated in some circles, cloud seeding operations often fly under the radar of public awareness. The media rarely discusses the full scope of these programs, the potential risks involved, or the questions of who gets to control the weather and why. Today, we're going to explore the hidden world of artificial cloud seeding, a technology that has been quietly reshaping our skies for longer than most people realize. The story begins in the late 1940s, when two scientists at General Electric made a discovery that would change how humans interact with weather forever. Vincent Schaefer and Irving Langmuir were experimenting with supercooled water droplets when they stumbled upon something remarkable. By introducing tiny particles of silver iodide into clouds, they could trigger precipitation where none existed before. It was like finding the key to nature's most unpredictable force. But what started as a laboratory curiosity quickly caught the attention of those in power. The implications were staggering. If you could make it rain on command, you could end droughts, fill reservoirs, ensure crop harvests, and potentially control entire regions through their water supply. It didn't take long for governments to recognize the strategic value of weather modification. The first large-scale cloud seeding operations began almost immediately after the discovery. Project Cirrus, launched in 1947, was one of the earliest attempts to weaponize weather. Funded by the U.S. military and conducted in partnership with General Electric, the project aimed to explore how weather modification could be used as a tool of warfare. The results were both promising and terrifying. During one experiment, scientists attempted to weaken a hurricane by seeding its clouds with silver iodide. Instead of diminishing the storm, it changed course dramatically, ultimately making landfall and causing significant damage. The implications were clear. Weather modification wasn't just about making rain. It was about controlling one of nature's most powerful forces, with consequences that could be felt hundreds of miles away. By the 1960s, cloud seeding had evolved from experimental curiosity to operational reality. Countries around the world began implementing programs to enhance rainfall, reduce hail damage, and even attempt to control hurricanes. The Soviet Union launched massive cloud seeding operations across its vast territory. China began using the technology to ensure clear skies for important events. The United States expanded its programs to include everything from agricultural enhancement to military applications. But perhaps the most controversial use of cloud seeding came during the Vietnam War. Operation Popeye, conducted between 1967 and 1972, used weather modification as a weapon of war. The goal was to extend the monsoon season over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, creating muddy conditions that would hinder enemy supply lines. For 5 years, U.S. forces seeded clouds over Southeast Asia, increasing rainfall by an estimated 30 to 35% in targeted areas. The operation remained classified for years, only coming to light through investigative reporting and leaked documents. When the public finally learned about Operation Popeye, it sparked international outrage and led to calls for treaties banning weather warfare. The Environmental Modification Convention was signed in 1977, prohibiting the use of weather modification techniques for military purposes. But by then, the technology had already spread far beyond the military. Today, cloud seeding is practiced in more than 50 countries worldwide. The United States alone operates dozens of programs, from state-sponsored drought mitigation efforts to private companies hired by ski resorts to ensure powder snow. China has the world's largest weather modification program, employing over 37,000 people and operating a fleet of aircraft and ground-based generators that can seed an area larger than India. The technology itself has evolved considerably since those early experiments. Modern cloud seeding typically involves one of several methods. Aircraft can fly directly into clouds and release silver iodide particles from flares or generators. Ground-based generators can shoot particles into the atmosphere, where they're carried into clouds by air currents. Rockets can deliver seeding materials directly into storm systems. Each method has its advantages and limitations, but all rely on the same basic principle of providing nuclei around which water droplets can form. Silver iodide remains the most common seeding agent, chosen because its crystal structure closely matches that of ice. When introduced into supercooled clouds, those with temperatures below freezing but still containing liquid water droplets, silver iodide particles act as ice nuclei. Water droplets freeze around these particles, creating ice crystals that grow and eventually fall as precipitation. But silver iodide isn't the only option. Sodium chloride, or common salt, can be used to seed warm clouds in tropical regions. Calcium chloride is sometimes employed for its hygroscopic properties, meaning it attracts and absorbs water from the air. More recently, researchers have experimented with organic compounds and even bacteria that naturally occur in the atmosphere and can serve as ice nuclei. The science behind cloud seeding might sound straightforward, but the practice is far more complex than simply spraying chemicals into the sky. Successful operations require detailed meteorological analysis, precise timing, and careful selection of target clouds. Not all clouds can be seeded effectively. The temperature, altitude, and moisture content must all fall within specific parameters for seeding to work. This complexity has led to one of the most persistent controversies surrounding cloud seeding. How do we know it actually works? Unlike a laboratory experiment where variables can be controlled, weather modification takes place in the chaotic, ever-changing atmosphere. Proving that rain fell because of seeding rather than natural processes is incredibly difficult. Statistical analysis of seeding operations suggests increases in precipitation ranging from 5 to 15% in ideal conditions. Some studies report higher success rates, while others show minimal or no effect. The variability has led to ongoing debates within the scientific community about the true effectiveness of cloud seeding. But effectiveness isn't the only concern. Environmental and health impacts have been largely overlooked in the rush to deploy weather modification technology. Silver iodide, while generally considered safe in the concentrations used for cloud seeding, is still a chemical being introduced into the environment on a massive scale. Long-term accumulation in soil and water systems remains poorly studied. The particles used in cloud seeding don't simply disappear after triggering precipitation. They fall to Earth along with the rain or snow, potentially concentrating in watersheds and agricultural areas. Some studies have detected elevated levels of silver in areas with intensive cloud seeding operations, but comprehensive environmental impact assessments remain rare. There's also the question of unintended consequences. Weather systems are interconnected across vast regions. Increasing precipitation in one area might reduce it in another. Cloud seeding operations in one country could potentially affect rainfall patterns in neighboring nations, leading to disputes over water resources and sovereignty. The legal and ethical implications are equally complex. Who owns the clouds? If one region seeds clouds to increase rainfall, are they stealing water that would have naturally fallen elsewhere? These questions become particularly contentious during droughts, when water is scarce and every drop counts. In the western United States, where water rights are already complicated and heavily contested, cloud seeding adds another layer of complexity. Some states have established cloud seeding programs, while others have banned the practice. The result is a patchwork of regulations and policies that vary dramatically from one jurisdiction to another. Interstate disputes have already emerged. In 2005, Wyoming's cloud seeding program became the subject of a lawsuit from neighboring states, which claimed that intercepting moisture before it crossed their borders violated interstate commerce laws. The case highlighted the need for coordinated policies on weather modification, but such coordination remains elusive. International tensions have also emerged. India and Pakistan have both accused each other of using cloud seeding to reduce rainfall across their shared border. China's massive weather modification program has raised concerns among neighboring countries about potential impacts on their precipitation patterns. The lack of international oversight or coordination means these disputes are likely to increase as more countries develop weather modification capabilities. Perhaps even more concerning is the potential for weather modification to be used as a tool of economic or political control. Countries with advanced cloud seeding capabilities could theoretically manipulate weather patterns to damage agricultural production in rival nations, or to create favorable conditions for their own strategic interests. The technology has already been used for political purposes on a smaller scale. China regularly employs cloud seeding to ensure clear skies for major events, including the 2008 Olympics and important political gatherings. While this might seem harmless, it demonstrates how weather modification can be used to serve specific political agendas. The secrecy surrounding many cloud seeding operations only adds to these concerns. While some programs are publicly acknowledged and even celebrated, others operate with minimal transparency or public oversight. Military applications, in particular, remain largely classified despite international treaties supposedly banning weather warfare. Recent advances in technology have made weather modification more precise and potentially more powerful. Researchers are developing new seeding agents, more sophisticated delivery systems, and better understanding of atmospheric processes. Some scientists are exploring the possibility of using lasers to trigger precipitation or employing nanotechnology to create more effective seeding particles. These developments raise the stakes considerably. If weather modification becomes more reliable and effective, the economic and strategic value will increase dramatically. Countries that master the technology could gain significant advantages in agriculture, water management, and even military applications. The commercial aspects of cloud seeding are also expanding rapidly. Private companies now offer weather modification services to agricultural operations, ski resorts, and even entire cities. The global cloud seeding market is projected to grow significantly in the coming years, driven by increasing concerns about drought, climate change, and water security. But commercialization brings its own set of problems. Private weather modification creates potential conflicts of interest and raises questions about equitable access to precipitation. Should companies be allowed to make it rain for paying customers while nearby areas remain dry? How do we ensure that commercial weather modification doesn't exacerbate existing inequalities in water access? The role of cloud seeding in climate change mitigation is another area of growing interest and controversy. Some researchers have proposed using weather modification techniques to reduce global temperatures by increasing cloud cover or enhancing precipitation in specific regions. These geoengineering proposals are highly speculative and controversial, but they illustrate how weather modification could evolve beyond its current applications. Proponents argue that cloud seeding could help regions adapt to changing precipitation patterns caused by climate change. Areas experiencing increased drought could use weather modification to maintain water supplies, while regions facing more intense storms could potentially use seeding to reduce their severity. Critics worry that relying on technological solutions like cloud seeding could distract from addressing the root causes of climate change. They also point out that weather modification techniques are still imperfect and could have unintended consequences when deployed on the scale required for climate intervention. The lack of comprehensive regulation and oversight remains one of the most troubling aspects of current cloud seeding operations. While international treaties exist to prevent weather warfare, they don't address the civilian applications of weather modification. Most countries that practice cloud seeding have developed their own regulations and standards, but coordination between nations is minimal. In the United States, weather modification falls under the jurisdiction of multiple agencies, including the National Weather Service, the Federal Aviation Administration, and state governments. The result is a complex regulatory landscape that can be difficult to navigate and enforce. Some states require permits for cloud seeding operations, while others have no specific regulations at all. The scientific community itself remains divided on many aspects of cloud seeding. While the basic physics of the process is well understood, questions remain about optimal techniques, long-term effects, and the broader implications of large-scale weather modification. More research is clearly needed, but funding for independent studies remains limited. Industry-funded research dominates much of the current scientific literature on cloud seeding, raising concerns about potential bias. Independent, peer-reviewed studies are essential for understanding the true impacts and effectiveness of weather modification technologies, but they require significant investment in long-term monitoring and analysis. Public awareness of cloud seeding operations remains surprisingly low despite their widespread use. Many people are unaware that weather modification is taking place in their region, or that it might be affecting local precipitation patterns. This lack of awareness prevents meaningful public participation in decisions about weather modification policies and programs. The media's role in this information gap cannot be ignored. While cloud seeding operations are often publicly documented, they rarely receive significant media coverage unless something goes wrong. The technical nature of the subject and the complexity of proving cause and effect in weather modification make it challenging to report on, but public interest and understanding would benefit from more comprehensive coverage. Educational institutions also play a role in the lack of public awareness. Weather modification is rarely discussed in detail in meteorology or environmental science curricula, leaving even educated citizens with limited understanding of these technologies and their implications. As we look toward the future, the questions surrounding cloud seeding become even more complex. Climate change is likely to increase demand for weather modification technologies as regions struggle with changing precipitation patterns and more extreme weather events. The technology itself will continue to evolve, potentially becoming more powerful and precise. International cooperation will become increasingly important as weather systems don't respect national borders. Developing frameworks for coordinating weather modification activities and resolving disputes will be essential to prevent conflicts and ensure equitable access to precipitation. The ethical questions will also become more pressing. As weather modification technology improves, the ability to control precipitation will increase, raising fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with natural systems. Should we actively manage weather patterns, Or should we focus on adapting to natural variability? These aren't just theoretical concerns. Around the world, cloud seeding operations are expanding and evolving. China is investing billions in weather modification infrastructure. The United Arab Emirates is using artificial intelligence to optimize cloud seeding operations. Private companies are developing new techniques and expanding their services to new markets. The technology that began as a laboratory curiosity in the 1940s has become a global industry with significant economic, environmental, and political implications. Yet public understanding and oversight have not kept pace with these developments. But not all secrets hidden in the sky involve weather manipulation. Some of the most concerning cover-ups in modern history involve something much closer to home, something we carry in our pockets and hold against our heads every day. The electromagnetic radiation emitted by our most beloved devices may be affecting our health in ways that powerful industries desperately want to keep quiet. In your pocket right now, there's a device emitting electromagnetic radiation directly into your body. You hold it against your head for hours each day, sleep with it inches from your brain, and carry it pressed against your body from morning until night. For decades, we've been told this radiation is harmless, that the levels are too low to cause any biological effects. But what if that isn't true? What if one of the largest industries in human history has been quietly suppressing evidence of serious health risks while continuing to profit from our addiction to wireless technology? The story of electromagnetic field health effects and their systematic cover-up is one of the most troubling examples of corporate influence over public health policy in modern times. It involves manipulated research, captured regulatory agencies, industry-funded studies designed to muddy the waters, and a deliberate campaign to suppress independent scientists who have found concerning evidence about the biological effects of EMF radiation. This isn't a story about conspiracy theories or fringe science. This is about documented evidence, leaked internal documents, and the testimonies of researchers who have spent their careers studying the effects of electromagnetic radiation on living systems. It's about how an industry learned early on that their products might pose serious health risks and chose profit over public safety. The foundation of our current understanding of EMF safety is built on a principle that's over a century old. The idea is simple. If electromagnetic radiation doesn't heat tissue, it can't cause biological harm. This thermal-only model became the cornerstone of safety standards worldwide, despite growing evidence that biological systems can be affected by EMF radiation at levels far below those required to cause heating. But where did this thermal-only model come from, and why has it persisted despite mounting evidence to the contrary? The answer takes us back to the military-industrial complex of the mid-20th century, when radar technology was being rapidly developed and deployed. Workers exposed to high levels of microwave radiation from radar systems began reporting health problems, including cataracts, sterility, and neurological symptoms. The military needed to establish safe exposure levels for radar operators, but they also needed to maintain operational capabilities. The solution was to adopt safety standards based solely on preventing thermal effects, essentially ignoring any potential biological impacts that didn't involve tissue heating. This approach had the advantage of allowing continued use of radar technology while providing a seemingly scientific basis for safety claims. This thermal-only model was subsequently adopted for all forms of electromagnetic radiation, including the radio frequencies used by cell phones and wireless devices. The assumption was that if the radiation couldn't heat tissue, it couldn't cause harm. But this assumption was made long before we understood the complexity of biological systems and their sensitivity to electromagnetic fields. The cellular phone industry began commercial operations in the 1980s, and almost immediately, researchers began studying potential health effects. Some of the earliest studies found concerning results. Dr. Ross Adai, a renowned neurophysiologist at UCLA, published research in the 1980s showing that low-level microwave radiation could affect brain activity and alter the blood-brain barrier. His work suggested that the brain might be particularly vulnerable to EMF radiation at levels well below those required to cause heating. But as the cellular industry grew, so did the pressure to suppress concerning research findings. Internal industry documents that have since been leaked reveal a coordinated effort to fund research designed to disprove health concerns, while discrediting scientists who found evidence of biological effects. One of the most revealing documents is a memo from a 1994 meeting of the Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association, known as CTIA. The memo, discovered during litigation, outlined the industry's strategy for dealing with potential health concerns. The plan included funding research that would show no effects, developing scientific conferences to present industry-friendly findings, and working to influence regulatory agencies. The memo specifically stated that the industry should fund research, but only studies that would produce results favorable to the industry position. Researchers who found concerning effects would be marginalized, while those who found no effects would be promoted and funded. This strategy proved remarkably effective in shaping public perception and regulatory policy. Dr. George Carlo, an epidemiologist hired by the cellular industry in the 1990s to chair their research program, experienced this manipulation firsthand. Initially supportive of the industry position, Carlo began to have concerns as his research program uncovered evidence of potential health effects. When he tried to communicate these concerns to industry leaders, he was ignored and eventually fired. Carlo later testified before Congress about the industry's systematic suppression of concerning research findings. He described how studies that found no effects were heavily promoted, while studies that found potential health risks were buried or discredited. The industry, he testified, was more interested in protecting profits than protecting public health. The Interphone study, one of the largest investigations into cell phone use and brain cancer risk, provides another example of how concerning findings can be downplayed. This multi-country study, partly funded by the cell phone industry, initially reported an increased risk of gliomas and acoustic neuromas among heavy cell phone users. However, the final published results were carefully worded to minimize these findings, emphasizing the study's limitations rather than the increased cancer risks. Dr. Lennart Hardell, a Swedish oncologist who has spent decades studying EMF health effects, has been particularly critical of the Interphone study's methodology and conclusions. His own research has consistently found increased risks of brain tumors among long-term cell phone users, particularly those who began using phones before age 20. Hardell's work has been repeatedly attacked by industry-funded researchers and organizations, despite being published in peer-reviewed journals. The pattern of suppression extends beyond individual studies to entire areas of research. Scientists studying the biological effects of EMF radiation below thermal levels have found their funding cut, their work marginalized, and their professional reputations attacked. Dr. Martin Pall, Professor Emeritus of Biochemistry at Washington State University, has documented how industry influence has systematically suppressed research into non-thermal biological effects of EMF radiation. Paul's own research focuses on how electromagnetic fields can activate voltage-gated calcium channels in cell membranes, leading to increased intracellular calcium and a cascade of biological effects. His work provides a plausible mechanism for how low-level EMF radiation could affect biological systems without causing tissue heating. Yet this research receives little funding and is rarely mentioned in industry-sponsored reviews of EMF health effects. The suppression isn't limited to academic research. Government agencies that are supposed to protect public health have been heavily influenced by industry pressure and personnel exchanges. The Federal Communications Commission, which sets EMF exposure limits in the United States, has been largely captured by the industries it's supposed to regulate. Former FCC officials routinely take high-paying jobs with telecommunications companies, while industry executives move into regulatory positions. The result is a revolving door between regulators and the regulated that has compromised the independence of safety assessments. Current FCC exposure limits were established in 1996 and haven't been updated despite decades of new research. These limits are based entirely on preventing thermal effects and ignore potential biological impacts from non-thermal exposure. Internal FCC documents revealed through Freedom of Information Act requests show that the agency has repeatedly dismissed scientific evidence of non-thermal biological effects without conducting proper scientific review. When independent scientists have petitioned the FCC to update safety standards based on new research, their requests have been denied without adequate consideration of the evidence. The Environmental Protection Agency once had jurisdiction over EMF health effects, but their authority was transferred to the FCC in the 1990s. This transfer effectively moved EMF regulation from a health-focused agency to one primarily concerned with promoting industry interests. EPA scientists who had been working on EMF health issues were told to stop their research, and the agency's draft report warning of potential health risks was never completed. International health agencies have also been influenced by industry pressure. The World Health Organization's International EMF Project, which is supposed to provide independent health assessments, has been criticized for its ties to industry and its dismissal of concerning research findings. Dr. Mike Rapacali, who headed the project for many years, had previously worked for the telecommunications industry and maintained close ties to industry organizations throughout his tenure at WHO. The International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, known as ICNIRP, which sets international EMF exposure guidelines, has been similarly criticized for industry influence. Most of its members have financial ties to telecommunications companies or organizations funded by the industry. Independent scientists who have found evidence of biological effects from EMF radiation are systematically excluded from ICNIRP membership. This institutional capture has had profound consequences for public health protection. Current safety standards ignore the vast majority of published research on EMF biological effects, focusing only on studies that support the thermal-only model. Meanwhile, evidence continues to accumulate that electromagnetic radiation can affect biological systems through non-thermal mechanisms at exposure levels far below current safety limits. The Bioinitiative Report, a comprehensive review of EMF health research published by independent scientists, documents thousands of studies showing biological effects from low-level electromagnetic radiation. These effects include DNA damage, oxidative stress, altered gene expression, disrupted hormone production, compromised immune function, and increased cancer risk. Yet this massive body of evidence is routinely dismissed by industry-sponsored reviews and regulatory agencies. One of the most concerning areas of research involves the effects of EMF radiation on children. Young people's brains are still developing and may be more vulnerable to electromagnetic radiation. The skull is thinner in children, allowing deeper penetration of radio frequency radiation into brain tissue. Children also have a longer lifetime exposure period, increasing their cumulative risk. Studies have found associations between prenatal and early childhood EMF exposure and various health problems, including behavioral issues, sleep disturbances, and developmental delays. Dr. Hugh Taylor's research at Yale University showed that prenatal exposure to cell phone radiation could cause behavioral problems in mice that resembled attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in humans. Despite these concerning findings, children continue to be exposed to increasing levels of electromagnetic radiation from an early age. Many schools have installed Wi-Fi networks throughout their buildings, exposing students to continuous low-level radiation during crucial developmental periods. Some countries, including France and Belgium, have taken precautionary measures to reduce children's EMF exposure, but most nations continue to rely on outdated safety standards that ignore non-thermal biological effects. The health effects of EMF radiation may extend far beyond cancer risk. Electromagnetic hypersensitivity, a condition where people experience symptoms like headaches, fatigue, and difficulty concentrating when exposed to electromagnetic fields, affects an estimated 3 to 5% of the population. While not officially recognized by most health agencies, the condition has been acknowledged in some countries, and research suggests it may be more common than previously thought. Dr. Al Johansson, a neuroscientist at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden, has spent decades studying electromagnetic hypersensitivity and other health effects of EMF radiation. His research has documented various biological changes in people exposed to electromagnetic fields, including alterations in skin cells, immune function, and neurological activity. Despite publishing extensively in peer-reviewed journals, Johansson's work has been marginalized by industry-influenced organizations and health agencies. Sleep disturbances are another commonly reported effect of EMF exposure. The pineal gland, which produces melatonin, appears to be particularly sensitive to electromagnetic fields. Studies have found that EMF exposure can suppress melatonin production, potentially contributing to sleep problems and other health issues. Given the importance of sleep for overall health, this represents a significant but underappreciated public health concern. Fertility and reproductive health may also be affected by EMF radiation. Several studies have found associations between cell phone use and reduced sperm quality in men. Research has shown that keeping a cell phone in a pants pocket can expose the testicles to significant levels of electromagnetic radiation, potentially affecting sperm production and quality. Women's reproductive health may also be at risk. Some studies have found associations between EMF exposure during pregnancy and increased risk of miscarriage. While the evidence isn't conclusive, it raises concerns about the safety of wireless device use during pregnancy, particularly given the lack of long-term safety testing. The industry's response to these health concerns has been to fund more research designed to muddy the waters rather than clarify the risks. By producing studies that find no effects while suppressing or discrediting studies that do find effects, the industry has created an artificial scientific controversy that obscures the growing evidence of health risks. This strategy, borrowed from the tobacco industry's playbook, has been remarkably effective in preventing regulatory action and maintaining public confidence in wireless technology. By claiming that the science is inconclusive, the industry has been able to avoid implementing precautionary measures that might reduce profits. The wireless industry has also funded front groups and public relations campaigns designed to reassure the public about the safety of their products. Organizations with scientific-sounding names publish industry-friendly information while attacking independent researchers who find concerning health effects. These groups often have undisclosed ties to telecommunications companies, allowing them to present industry positions as independent scientific opinion. Legal cases have provided some of the most revealing glimpses into industry tactics. Litigation over cell phone health effects has uncovered internal industry documents showing deliberate efforts to suppress concerning research findings and manipulate public opinion. These documents reveal a pattern of behavior strikingly similar to that of the tobacco industry in previous decades. The parallels between the EMF controversy and the tobacco industry's campaign to deny health risks are striking. Both industries identified potential health risks early in their product development, but chose to suppress rather than address these concerns. Both funded research designed to create controversy rather than clarify risks. Both attacked independent scientists who found concerning health effects. The difference is that the wireless industry has been even more successful than tobacco companies in maintaining their narrative of safety. While smoking is now widely recognized as a serious health risk, electromagnetic radiation continues to be perceived as harmless by most of the public and policymakers. This success can be attributed partly to the ubiquity of wireless technology in modern life. Unlike cigarettes, which people could choose to avoid, electromagnetic radiation from wireless devices and infrastructure is now virtually impossible to escape. This ubiquity makes it difficult to conduct controlled studies of health effects and creates a powerful economic incentive to maintain the status quo. The financial stakes are enormous. The global wireless industry generates trillions of dollars in revenue annually, making it one of the most powerful economic forces in the world. This economic power translates into political influence, allowing the industry to shape regulatory policy and suppress concerning research findings. Insurance companies provide another perspective on EMF health risks. Despite public assurances about safety, many insurance companies exclude coverage for health effects from electromagnetic radiation. Lloyd's of London, one of the world's largest insurance markets, has specifically excluded EMF-related health claims from its policies, citing the potential for large-scale liability. This exclusion suggests that insurance companies, which make their living by accurately assessing risks, believe there's a significant possibility that EMF radiation could cause widespread health problems. Their actions contradict the industry's public statements about safety and suggest that the financial sector takes EMF health risks more seriously than public health agencies. The fifth generation of wireless technology, known as 5G, has intensified concerns about EMF health effects. 5G networks use higher frequencies and require many more cell towers and antennas than previous generations of wireless technology. This means people will be exposed to higher levels of electromagnetic radiation from more sources than ever before. Despite these concerns, 5G networks are being rapidly deployed with minimal health testing. The industry has acknowledged that there's little research on the biological effects of 5G frequencies, but deployment is proceeding anyway. This rush to market without adequate safety testing represents a massive, uncontrolled experiment on human health. Some cities and countries have taken precautionary approaches to 5G deployment. Brussels temporarily banned 5G due to health concerns, while several Italian cities have suspended 5G installations pending further health research. However, most jurisdictions are allowing full deployment based on existing safety standards that ignore non-thermal biological effects. The medical community is increasingly speaking out about EMF health risks. Hundreds of scientists and doctors have signed appeals calling for stricter EMF exposure limits and more research into health effects. The International Society of Doctors for the Environment has warned about the potential health risks of wireless technology, particularly for children and pregnant women. Some medical organizations have issued guidelines recommending reduced EMF exposure. The American Academy of Pediatrics has suggested that children's cell phone use should be limited, while some cancer treatment centers recommend that patients reduce their EMF exposure to support their recovery. Despite this growing medical concern, public health agencies continue to rely on outdated safety standards based on the thermal-only model. The disconnect between emerging scientific evidence and official policy represents a failure of the regulatory system to protect public health. The solution to this problem isn't necessarily to abandon wireless technology, but rather to acknowledge the potential health risks and take appropriate precautions. This could include updating safety standards to reflect non-thermal biological effects, requiring more comprehensive health testing before new technologies are deployed, and providing the public with accurate information about potential risks. Individuals can also take steps to reduce their EMF exposure while still using wireless technology. These include using wired connections when possible, keeping wireless devices away from the body, using speakerphone or air tube headsets instead of holding phones against the head, and turning off wireless devices when not in use. The cover-up of EMF Health Effects represents one of the most significant public health scandals of our time. An entire industry has built its profits on technologies that may be causing widespread health problems, while systematically suppressing evidence of these risks and capturing the regulatory agencies supposed to protect us. The parallels to past public health scandals involving tobacco, asbestos, and lead paint are unmistakable. In each case, industries knew about health risks decades before the public, chose profits over people, and used their economic power to suppress concerning evidence and delay regulatory action. The difference is that EMF radiation affects virtually everyone in modern society. Unlike cigarettes or asbestos, electromagnetic radiation from wireless technology is now an unavoidable part of daily life for most people. This makes the stakes even higher and the need for honest assessment of health risks even more urgent. The science is clear that electromagnetic radiation can affect biological systems through non-thermal mechanisms at exposure levels far below current safety limits. The industry's campaign to suppress this evidence and maintain outdated safety standards represents a betrayal of public trust and a threat to public health that demands immediate attention and action. As we continue to surround ourselves with ever more wireless devices and infrastructure, the cumulative health effects may only become apparent over time. By then, it may be too late to prevent a public health catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. The time for honest assessment and precautionary action is now, before another generation pays the price for corporate profits placed above human health. In the quiet suburbs of California, a groundskeeper named Dwayne Johnson walked through the schoolyard where he worked, spraying weeds with a familiar herbicide. He'd done this routine thousands of times before, never thinking twice about the chemical mist that occasionally drifted across his skin. But what Johnson didn't know was that he was about to become the center of one of the most explosive corporate cover-ups in modern history. The chemical he was spraying was glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, the world's most widely used herbicide. For decades, millions of people just like Johnson had used this product, trusting that it was safe. After all, that's what the label said. That's what the company promised. But behind closed doors, a very different story was unfolding. Glyphosate didn't start as a herbicide. When it was first synthesized in 1950 by Swiss chemist Henry Martin, it was initially investigated as a potential medicine. But it wasn't until 1970 that Monsanto scientist John France discovered its herbicidal properties, realizing that this compound could kill plants by blocking a specific enzyme pathway. What made glyphosate revolutionary wasn't just its effectiveness, but its apparent safety. Unlike other herbicides that were clearly toxic to humans, glyphosate seemed harmless to mammals because we don't have the same enzyme pathway that plants do. This discovery would transform agriculture forever. Monsanto began marketing glyphosate as Roundup in 1974, and it quickly became a game-changer for farmers worldwide. The company's marketing was brilliant, positioning Roundup as not just effective, but environmentally friendly. Their advertisements claimed it was safer than table salt, biodegradable, and posed no threat to human health or the environment. But even in those early days, there were whispers of concern. Internal company documents, which wouldn't surface for decades, reveal that Monsanto scientists had questions about glyphosate's safety from the very beginning. As early as 1981, company researchers were finding unusual results in their toxicology studies. Mice exposed to glyphosate were developing tumors at higher rates than expected. But these findings were either dismissed as coincidental or buried in technical reports that never saw the light of day. The real breakthrough for Monsanto came in the 1990s with the development of genetically modified crops that could survive glyphosate exposure. These Roundup-ready crops meant farmers could spray entire fields with the herbicide killing weeds while leaving their crops untouched. It was a perfect system that created a captive market. Farmers who bought Monsanto's seeds had to use Monsanto's herbicide, and the company's profits soared. As glyphosate use exploded worldwide, so did exposure. By the 2000s, glyphosate residues were being found everywhere, in soil, water, air, and food. Studies began detecting the chemical in human urine, breast milk, and even in breakfast cereals. Yet Monsanto continued to insist their product was safe, funding studies that supported their position while dismissing or attacking research that suggested otherwise. The first major crack in this facade came from an unexpected source. In 2012, French scientist Gilles Serrallini published a controversial study showing that rats fed a diet containing Roundup-tolerant corn developed massive tumors and died earlier than control groups. The study was immediately attacked by industry-funded scientists and was eventually retracted by the journal, only to be republished later in a different publication. While Serrallini's methods were criticized, his work opened the floodgates for other researchers to investigate glyphosate's potential health effects more seriously. Around the same time, independent scientists began conducting their own studies on glyphosate's safety. What they found was troubling. Unlike Monsanto's short-term studies, these longer-term investigations revealed potential links between glyphosate exposure and various cancers, particularly non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The chemical was also being linked to other health problems, including kidney disease, liver damage, and reproductive issues. The turning point came in 2015 when the International Agency for Research on Cancer, part of the World Health Organization, classified glyphosate as a probable human carcinogen. This designation, based on a comprehensive review of available scientific evidence, sent shockwaves through the agricultural industry. For the first time, a major international health organization was saying that the world's most widely used herbicide might cause cancer. Monsanto's response was swift and aggressive. The company launched a campaign to discredit the World Health Organization's findings, hiring public relations firms to plant favorable stories in the media and funding studies designed to counter the cancer agency's conclusions. Internal documents would later reveal that Monsanto had a team of scientists whose job was to ghostwrite research papers that supported glyphosate's safety, then find academic scientists willing to put their names on the work. But the dam was already breaking. In 2016, a group of lawyers began investigating whether Monsanto had hidden evidence of glyphosate's cancer risks from the public. What they uncovered through legal discovery was a treasure trove of internal company documents that revealed decades of deception. These Monsanto papers showed that company executives knew about potential cancer risks as early as the 1980s, but chose to hide this information from regulators and the public. The documents revealed a pattern of manipulation that was breathtaking in its scope. Monsanto had ghostwritten studies that were published under the names of independent scientists. They had manipulated data to downplay cancer risks. They had worked behind the scenes to influence regulatory decisions. And perhaps most damning of all, they had created fake grassroots organizations to attack scientists whose research threatened their product. One particularly revealing email from a Monsanto executive stated, "You cannot say that Roundup is not a carcinogen. We have not done the necessary testing on the formulation to make that statement." This admission, made in 2003, came years after Monsanto had been publicly declaring Roundup safe and non-carcinogenic. The legal floodgates opened in 2018 when Dwayne Johnson, the groundskeeper from California, became the first person to successfully sue Monsanto for causing his cancer. Johnson's case was compelling because his exposure to glyphosate was well documented, and he had developed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma shortly after a massive accidental exposure to Roundup. The jury awarded Johnson $289 million, sending a clear message that they believed Monsanto had hidden the cancer risks of their product. Johnson's victory was just the beginning. Thousands of similar lawsuits followed, and as more Monsanto papers were revealed through discovery, the scope of the cover-up became clear. The documents showed that Monsanto had not only hidden cancer risks but had actively worked to prevent independent research into glyphosate safety. They had pressured regulatory agencies, manipulated scientific literature, and deceived the public for decades. The regulatory response varied dramatically around the world. While the United States Environmental Protection Agency continued to maintain that glyphosate was safe, other countries began taking action. Several European nations banned or restricted glyphosate use, and the European Union struggled with whether to renew the chemical's license for use in agriculture. The scientific community remained divided, but more and more independent research was raising red flags. Studies began linking glyphosate exposure not just to cancer, but to a host of other health problems. Research suggested the chemical might disrupt hormone systems, damage gut bacteria, and interfere with liver function. Some studies even indicated that glyphosate might be contributing to the rise in autism spectrum disorders, though this connection remained controversial and unproven. What made the glyphosate story particularly troubling was how the cover-up had been enabled by a broken regulatory system. The studies that regulatory agencies used to approve glyphosate safety were largely conducted by the very companies that profited from its sale. These studies were often kept secret from the public and independent scientists, making it impossible to verify their accuracy. Meanwhile, independent research that raised safety concerns was dismissed or ignored by regulators, who seemed more interested in protecting industry interests than public health. The role of regulatory capture became increasingly apparent as more documents surfaced. Internal emails showed cozy relationships between Monsanto executives and officials at the Environmental Protection Agency. In one case, a senior EPA official promised to kill a potential government study on glyphosate's cancer risks, describing himself as working to protect Monsanto's interests. This same official later left the EPA to work for a law firm representing Monsanto. As the legal battles continued, more troubling aspects of the cover-up emerged. Court documents revealed that Monsanto had been aware that their product contained other potentially dangerous chemicals beyond glyphosate itself. The complete Roundup formulation included surfactants and other additives that made the herbicide more effective at killing plants, but also potentially more harmful to human health. Yet safety testing had focused almost exclusively on glyphosate alone, ignoring the potential synergistic effects of the complete formulation. The company's own internal communications revealed a cynical approach to public safety. In one email, a Monsanto executive wrote about the need to continue to minimize cancer risks in their communications, while another document discussed strategies for managing scientists whose research threatened their product. The company had compiled dossiers on critical scientists, tracking their research and looking for ways to discredit their work. Perhaps most disturbing was the revelation that Monsanto had been aware of potential cancer risks for decades, but had chosen to keep this information secret. Internal documents from the 1980s showed company scientists discussing tumor findings in animal studies, but these results were never shared with regulators or the public. Instead, the company focused on designing studies that were less likely to detect cancer risks, using shorter exposure periods and smaller sample sizes than would be needed to identify potential problems. The impact of this deception extended far beyond individual cases of cancer. Glyphosate had become ubiquitous in the environment, contaminating water supplies, soil, and food. The chemical was now found in the bodies of people around the world, including those who had never directly used the product. Children were being exposed through contaminated food and water, and pregnant women were passing glyphosate to their unborn babies. Farmers who had been told the product was safe were among the most heavily exposed. Many had used Roundup for decades without protective equipment, trusting Monsanto's assurances that the product posed no health risks. Now, increasing numbers of farmers were developing non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and other cancers, and beginning to connect their illnesses to their chemical exposure. The financial cost of the cover-up eventually caught up with Monsanto. In 2018, the company was acquired by Bayer, the German pharmaceutical giant, for $63 billion, but the legal liabilities followed. By 2020, Bayer had agreed to pay more than $10 billion to settle thousands of glyphosate-related lawsuits while admitting no wrongdoing. The settlement was one of the largest in corporate history, but for many, it was too little too late. The glyphosate scandal revealed how powerful corporations could manipulate science, capture regulators, and deceive the public for decades. It showed how profit motives could override public health concerns, and how a broken regulatory system could fail to protect people from dangerous chemicals. Most troubling of all, it demonstrated that this deception could continue for years, even as evidence of harm accumulated. Today, glyphosate remains widely used around the world, despite growing evidence of its potential dangers. The full extent of its health impacts may not be known for decades, as cancers and other diseases can take years to develop after exposure. What we do know is that millions of people were exposed to a chemical that its manufacturer knew might cause cancer, but chose to keep that information secret. The story of glyphosate is a cautionary tale about corporate power, regulatory failure, and the price of putting profits before public health. It's a reminder that the products we're told are safe may not be, and that those entrusted with protecting our health may not always have our best interests at heart. In the quiet suburbs where Dwayne Johnson once worked, and in farm fields around the world, the legacy of this deception continues to unfold, one diagnosis at a time. But the glyphosate cover-up isn't the only secret that's been quietly buried by corporate interests and complicit regulators. There's another story unfolding right now, in homes and businesses across the globe, involving a technology that was rolled out with promises of efficiency and progress, but may be exposing millions to a different kind of invisible threat. In neighborhoods across the world, a quiet revolution has been taking place. Traditional analog electricity meters, those mechanical devices that had faithfully tracked power consumption for decades, were being replaced by sleek digital units that could transmit usage data wirelessly back to utility companies. These smart meters promise to revolutionize how we manage electricity, offering real-time monitoring, improved efficiency, and the convenience of remote readings. But as these devices were installed on millions of homes and businesses, something unexpected began to happen. People living near smart meters started reporting strange symptoms: headaches, sleep problems, heart palpitations, and a general feeling of unease that seemed to coincide with their installation. Initially dismissed as psychosomatic responses to new technology, these complaints have persisted and grown, raising uncomfortable questions about whether the wireless revolution in our power grid might be exposing us to health risks that utility companies would rather keep quiet. The story of smart meters begins with a genuine desire to modernize an aging electrical infrastructure. Traditional meters required workers to physically visit each location to record usage, a process that was time-consuming and expensive. Smart meters promise to eliminate this need by automatically transmitting usage data through wireless networks, allowing utility companies to monitor consumption in real time, detect outages instantly, and even implement variable pricing based on demand. The technology behind smart meters relies on radio frequency radiation to communicate with utility networks. Most meters use frequencies in the 900 MHz or 2.4 GHz ranges, similar to those used by cell phones and wireless routers. The meters typically transmit data in brief bursts, sending usage information several times per day to collection points that then relay the data to utility companies. On paper, this seemed like a win-win situation. Utility companies could reduce operational costs while providing better service to customers, who would benefit from more accurate billing and the ability to monitor their own energy usage. Governments embraced smart meter technology as part of broader smart grid initiatives, seeing it as essential for integrating renewable energy sources and improving overall grid efficiency. The rollout of smart meters accelerated dramatically in the 2010s. In the United States, the federal government provided billions of dollars in stimulus funding to encourage utilities to upgrade their systems. Similar programs were launched in Europe, Australia, and other developed countries. Within a few years, hundreds of millions of smart meters had been installed worldwide, often with little public consultation or awareness of potential health concerns. But as the installations ramped up, so did reports of health problems. The symptoms were remarkably consistent across different locations and populations. People reported experiencing headaches, fatigue, sleep disturbances, tinnitus or ringing in the ears, heart palpitations, and cognitive problems shortly after smart meters were installed on their homes. Some described feeling a strange buzzing or vibrating sensation, while others reported increased anxiety and irritability. Initially, these reports were dismissed by utility companies and health officials as examples of the nocebo effect. The idea that people could experience real symptoms simply because they believed a technology was harmful. The official position was that smart meters emitted such low levels of radio frequency radiation that they couldn't possibly cause health problems. After all, the radiation levels were well within safety guidelines established by regulatory agencies. But the complaints kept coming, and they weren't just from people who were already concerned about electromagnetic radiation. Many of the affected individuals had no prior knowledge of smart meters or their potential risks. Some only discovered they had been exposed after experiencing symptoms, and then learning that a smart meter had been installed on their home or a neighboring property. Dr. Ronald Powell, a retired Harvard physicist who worked for the U.S. government for over 30 years, became one of the first credible voices to raise concerns about smart meter safety. In a detailed analysis, he pointed out that the safety standards used to evaluate smart meters were based on thermal effects, the ability of radio frequency radiation to heat tissue, but ignored potential non-thermal biological effects that might occur at much lower exposure levels. Powell's concerns were echoed by other scientists and physicians who were beginning to take notice of the smart meter phenomenon. They pointed out that, unlike cell phones, which people can choose to use or not use, smart meters represented involuntary exposure to radio frequency radiation. Moreover, unlike cell phones, which are used intermittently, smart meters operate continuously, creating what some researchers called chronic low-level exposure that had never been adequately studied for long-term health effects. The wireless radiation emitted by smart meters differs from cell phone radiation in several important ways. While cell phones are designed to communicate with distant cell towers, smart meters typically communicate with nearby collection points, often using higher power levels during transmission. The radiation pattern is also different, with smart meters designed to broadcast in all directions rather than being directionally focused like cell phone antennas. Perhaps more concerning was the cumulative effect of multiple smart meters. In dense urban environments, people might be exposed to radiation not just from their own meter, but from dozens or even hundreds of meters in nearby buildings. This created a background level of radio frequency radiation that was unprecedented in human history, yet no studies had been conducted to evaluate the health effects of such exposure. As reports of health problems continued to mount, some utilities began receiving thousands of complaints from customers requesting that their smart meters be removed or replaced. In response, many utilities offered opt-out programs, allowing customers to keep their analog meters for an additional monthly fee. The fact that utilities were willing to offer these programs, often at significant expense, suggested that they were taking the health concerns more seriously than their public statements indicated. Independent researchers began conducting studies to better understand the biological effects of smart meter radiation. Dr. Daniel Hirsch, a nuclear policy expert at the University of California, Santa Cruz, analyzed the radiation exposure from smart meters and found that people living near the devices could be exposed to levels comparable to living close to a cell phone tower. His calculations suggested that the cumulative exposure from smart meters might exceed the safety guidelines established for cell phone radiation. Other researchers focused on the pulsed nature of smart meter transmissions. Unlike continuous wave radiation, smart meters emit brief, intense pulses of radio frequency energy. Some studies suggested that pulsed radiation might be more biologically active than continuous wave radiation at the same average power level, potentially explaining why people seem to experience symptoms from relatively low levels of smart meter radiation. The concern about pulsed radiation was supported by research showing that biological systems might be particularly sensitive to rapid changes in electromagnetic fields. The human body's own electrical systems, including the nervous system and heart rhythm, operate on precise timing that could potentially be disrupted by pulsed electromagnetic fields. Some researchers hypothesized that smart meter pulses might interfere with these natural biological rhythms, leading to the sleep problems, heart palpitations, and neurological symptoms reported by affected individuals. Meanwhile, utility companies and regulatory agencies continued to maintain that smart meters were safe. They pointed to the low average power levels of the devices and their compliance with existing safety standards. However, critics noted that these standards were based on research conducted decades earlier, focusing primarily on the heating effects of radio frequency radiation rather than the more subtle biological effects that might occur at lower exposure levels. The debate over smart meter safety was further complicated by the involvement of the wireless industry, which had a vested interest in maintaining that radio frequency radiation was safe at the power levels used by their devices. Internal documents obtained through Freedom of Information requests revealed that industry groups had worked behind the scenes to influence regulatory decisions and shape public perception of electromagnetic radiation risks. Some of the most compelling evidence of smart meter health effects came from physicians who were treating affected patients. Dr. Sharon Goldberg, an internal medicine physician who testified before the Michigan Public Service Commission, described seeing patients who developed symptoms immediately after smart meter installation, with symptoms resolving when the meters were removed or shielded. She noted that these were not people who were looking for something to blame for their health problems, but individuals who had no prior awareness of smart meter issues. Similar reports came from other physicians around the world. Dr. David Carpenter, a public health expert and former director of the New York State Department of Health, testified that smart meters could trigger symptoms in people who were electromagnetically sensitive, a condition that he estimated might affect up to 3% of the population. He argued that subjecting these individuals to involuntary exposure to radio frequency radiation violated basic principles of public health and medical ethics. The phenomenon of electromagnetic hypersensitivity, or EHS, became central to the smart meter debate. While not officially recognized as a medical condition by most health authorities, EHS describes a set of symptoms that some people experience when exposed to electromagnetic fields. The symptoms are remarkably consistent with those reported by people affected by smart meters: headaches, fatigue, sleep problems, cognitive difficulties, and various neurological symptoms. Studies of electromagnetically sensitive individuals revealed that they often showed measurable physiological changes when exposed to radio frequency radiation, including alterations in brain activity, heart rate variability, and stress hormone levels. While the mechanism behind these effects remained unclear, the evidence suggested that some people were genuinely more sensitive to electromagnetic fields than others, potentially explaining why smart meters affected some individuals but not others. Smart meter controversy also raised questions about informed consent and democratic decision-making. In many jurisdictions, smart meters were installed without meaningful public consultation, often as part of utility modernization programs that were mandated by government agencies. People woke up to find new devices installed on their homes without their knowledge or consent, and then discovered that opting out required paying additional fees that could amount to hundreds of dollars per year. This approach contrasted sharply with how other potential health risks were handled. When concerns arose about chemicals in food or water, regulatory agencies typically required extensive testing and public review before approving their use. But smart meters were deployed en masse based on safety standards that many experts argued were inadequate for evaluating their potential health effects. The economic incentives behind smart meter deployment also came under scrutiny. Utility companies stood to save billions of dollars by eliminating the need for manual meter reading and enabling more sophisticated demand management. Equipment manufacturers profited from selling millions of new meters, while governments saw smart grids as essential for meeting renewable energy goals. With so many powerful interests aligned behind smart meter deployment, critics argued that health concerns were being marginalized or ignored. As the controversy deepened, some communities began pushing back against smart meter installations. The city of Naperville, Illinois, became a focal point of resistance when residents filed lawsuits to stop mandatory smart meter installations, arguing that the devices violated their constitutional rights to privacy and property. While the courts ultimately sided with the utility company, the case highlighted the growing public concern about smart meter safety. Similar resistance movements emerged in other locations, with some communities successfully lobbying for moratoriums on smart meter installations or expanded opt-out programs. In some cases, grassroots organizations conducted their own studies of smart meter radiation, using professional-grade equipment to measure the actual emission levels from installed devices. These studies often found that real-world emissions were higher than the theoretical levels reported by utilities, particularly when multiple meters were clustered together in apartment buildings or dense neighborhoods. The international response to smart meter health concerns varied significantly. Some countries, particularly in Europe, adopted more cautious approaches, implementing stronger safety standards or providing broader opt-out options. The French government, for example, established a national program to study electromagnetic hypersensitivity and created designated low-EMF zones for affected individuals. Other countries, however, continued with aggressive smart meter deployment programs, dismissing health concerns as unfounded. Research into smart meter health effects continued to evolve, with some studies finding potential biological impacts, while others showed no effects. The challenge for researchers was designing studies that accurately reflected real-world exposure conditions, including the cumulative effects of multiple meters and the pulsed nature of the radiation. Many studies used laboratory conditions that differed significantly from how people actually encountered smart meter radiation in their daily lives. One particularly concerning finding emerged from research on sleep disruption. Several studies found that radiofrequency radiation at levels similar to those emitted by smart meters could interfere with natural sleep patterns, reducing the amount of deep sleep and disrupting the normal circadian rhythm. Since sleep problems were among the most commonly reported symptoms of smart meter exposure, this research provided a potential biological mechanism for at least some of the health effects that people were experiencing. The story of smart meters reveals many of the same patterns seen in other environmental health controversies. New technologies were deployed rapidly based on limited safety testing, with potential health risks only becoming apparent after widespread exposure had occurred. Economic interests and regulatory inertia made it difficult to address emerging concerns, while affected individuals found themselves struggling to be heard above the voices of corporate interests and government agencies. Today, as 5G networks and other wireless technologies continue to expand, the smart meter controversy serves as a cautionary tale about the need for more careful evaluation of electromagnetic radiation exposure. The devices continue to operate on millions of homes and businesses worldwide, their wireless signals pulsing through the air around the clock, while the debate over their safety remains unresolved. For those who believe they've been affected by smart meters, the experience has been profoundly isolating. Many report that their symptoms are dismissed by physicians who are unfamiliar with electromagnetic hypersensitivity, while utility companies and regulators maintain that the devices are safe. Some have been forced to move away from their homes or install expensive shielding in an attempt to reduce their exposure, while others continue to suffer in silence, uncertain whether their symptoms are related to the devices or something else entirely. The smart meter story is still being written, as researchers continue to study the long-term health effects of chronic low-level radiofrequency exposure. What we know is that millions of people are now being exposed to a form of electromagnetic radiation that didn't exist in the environment just a few decades ago, and that some subset of the population appears to be experiencing health effects from this exposure. Whether these effects will prove to be temporary inconveniences or precursors to more serious long-term health problems remains to be seen. Like the glyphosate cover-up, the smart meter controversy reveals the vulnerability of public health when powerful economic interests collide with emerging scientific concerns. It shows how technologies can be deployed en masse before their safety is fully understood, and how those who raise concerns can be marginalized or dismissed. Most importantly, it demonstrates that in our increasingly connected world, the choices made by corporations and regulators can have intimate effects on our daily lives, reaching into our homes and potentially affecting our health in ways we're only beginning to understand. There's a quiet corner of government bureaucracy that most people never hear about, a place where millions of dollars change hands in settlements that rarely make headlines. It's a system designed to compensate those who claim they've been harmed by vaccines, yet its very existence raises questions that make both advocates and critics uncomfortable. Why does such a program exist at all? And what does its operation tell us about the safety assurances we're given? The National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, or VICP as it's known in government circles, was established in 1986 under the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. But the story of how it came to be is more complex than a simple legislative decision. In the early 1980s, a wave of lawsuits began hitting vaccine manufacturers. Parents claimed their children had been severely injured or killed by routine childhood vaccines, particularly the DTP vaccine for diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. These weren't just isolated cases. Hundreds of families were filing suit, and some were winning substantial settlements. The pharmaceutical companies that manufactured vaccines found themselves facing an unexpected crisis. Legal costs were mounting, and some manufacturers were considering abandoning vaccine production altogether. The situation created what public health officials saw as a potential disaster. If companies stopped making vaccines, childhood immunization programs could collapse. But here's where the story takes an interesting turn. Instead of addressing the safety concerns directly, the government chose a different path. They created a special court system, separate from the regular judicial process, specifically designed to handle vaccine injury claims. This wasn't just any court. It was a system with its own rules, its own standards of evidence, and its own way of determining compensation. The vaccine court, as it's commonly called, operates in the United States Court of Federal Claims in Washington, D.C. It's presided over by special masters, not traditional judges, and it follows procedures that are quite different from what you'd find in a regular courtroom. Cases are decided not by juries of peers, but by government-appointed officials who specialize in vaccine injury claims. What makes this system particularly intriguing is how it's funded. The money for compensation doesn't come from general tax revenue or from the vaccine manufacturers who might be held responsible in traditional courts. Instead, it comes from a tax levied on every dose of vaccine sold in the United States. Every time someone receives a vaccination, a small portion of the cost goes into a trust fund that pays out injury claims. In essence, the public is funding compensation for injuries allegedly caused by products they're being told are safe and necessary. Since its inception, the vaccine court has paid out more than $4.5 billion in compensation. That's not a typo, $4.5 billion. These payments have gone to families whose children allegedly suffered severe reactions to vaccines, ranging from brain damage and seizures to death. Yet these settlements often come with a crucial caveat. Accepting compensation typically requires signing an agreement that the payment doesn't constitute an admission that vaccines caused the injury. This creates a peculiar situation. The government maintains that vaccines are safe and effective, yet it simultaneously operates a system that has paid out billions in compensation for vaccine injuries. The settlements acknowledge harm occurred, but they don't officially acknowledge causation. It's a legal and philosophical puzzle that raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of vaccine safety and the government's role in both promoting and potentially compensating for injuries from products it endorses. The process of filing a claim in vaccine court is unlike anything most people would expect from the justice system. Petitioners don't need to prove that a vaccine manufacturer was negligent or that proper safety protocols weren't followed. They simply need to demonstrate that they suffered an injury listed on the vaccine injury table within a specified time frame after vaccination, or prove through medical evidence and expert testimony that a vaccine more likely than not caused their injury. The vaccine injury table is itself a fascinating document. It lists specific vaccines and the injuries that are presumed to be caused by them, along with time frames for when these injuries typically occur. If someone develops one of these listed injuries within the specified time frame, they're eligible for compensation without having to prove causation. The table includes conditions like seizures, brain inflammation, and shoulder injuries, among others. But what's particularly interesting is how this table has changed over time. Injuries that were once presumed to be vaccine-related have been removed, while others have been added. The DTP vaccine, which was at the center of the litigation crisis that led to the creation of the VICP, was associated with several serious conditions on the original table. When the DTP vaccine was replaced by the DTaP vaccine, many of these presumed injuries were removed from the table, making it more difficult for families to receive compensation. Critics of the system point out that this creates a moving target for those seeking compensation. As vaccines change and the injury table is updated, what was once considered a compensable injury might no longer qualify. Meanwhile, supporters argue that the changes reflect improved understanding of vaccine safety and more accurate assessments of which injuries are truly vaccine-related. The cases that do make it through the vaccine court system often involve heartbreaking stories. Parents describe healthy children who received routine vaccinations and then experienced seizures, developmental regression, or other serious medical problems. Medical records document hospital visits, specialist consultations, and treatments for conditions that appeared shortly after vaccination. Expert witnesses present theories about how vaccines might have triggered immune responses or other biological processes that led to injury. Yet for every case that receives compensation, many others are denied. The standards of evidence required can be stringent, and the burden of proof often falls on families who may not have the resources to mount sophisticated legal challenges. Some cases drag on for years, with families spending thousands of dollars on medical experts and legal fees, while their injured children require ongoing care. One of the most controversial aspects of the vaccine court is how it handles cases involving autism. For years, families claim that vaccines, particularly the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella, cause their children to develop autism. Thousands of cases were filed, and the court established special proceedings called the Omnibus Autism Proceeding to handle them efficiently. After years of hearings and expert testimony, the special masters concluded that vaccines do not cause autism. The vast majority of autism cases were denied compensation. However, some cases were quietly settled, including some where children had underlying mitochondrial disorders that may have been triggered by vaccination, leading to autism-like symptoms. These settlements were often sealed, making it difficult to understand the full scope of what the court considered compensable. The autism controversy highlights a broader tension in the vaccine compensation system. On one hand, public health officials maintain that vaccines are safe and that serious adverse reactions are extremely rare. On the other hand, the existence of a compensation system that has paid out billions suggests that injuries, while perhaps uncommon, are not as rare as the public might believe. Adding to the mystery is the fact that many vaccine injury cases are settled before they reach a final decision. These settlements often include confidentiality agreements that prevent families from discussing the details of their cases publicly. This means that much of what happens in vaccine court remains hidden from public view, making it difficult for researchers, journalists, or concerned citizens to understand the full picture of vaccine safety issues. The secrecy surrounding many cases has led to speculation about what the government might be trying to hide. Are settlements being offered to avoid establishing legal precedents that might open the floodgates to additional claims? Are there patterns of injury that officials don't want publicly acknowledged? Or are these simply routine legal practices designed to avoid protracted litigation that serves no one's interests? What makes this situation even more complex is the role of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other health agencies in both promoting vaccines and monitoring their safety. The same agencies that develop vaccination schedules and encourage widespread vaccine use are also responsible for investigating reports of adverse events and maintaining databases of potential injuries. This creates what critics see as an inherent conflict of interest. How can an agency objectively assess the safety of products it actively promotes? The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, is the primary mechanism for collecting reports of potential vaccine injuries. Anyone can file a VAERS report, including doctors, nurses, vaccine recipients, or their families. The system has collected hundreds of thousands of reports over the years, documenting everything from minor side effects like soreness and fever to serious conditions including death. However, VAERS data comes with important limitations. The system is passive, meaning it relies on voluntary reporting, and studies suggest that only a small fraction of adverse events are actually reported. At the same time, the system accepts all reports regardless of whether they're actually related to vaccination, leading to concerns about false signals and misleading data. This creates a challenging situation for those trying to understand vaccine safety. VAERS reports often form the basis for vaccine court claims, yet the system's limitations make it difficult to draw definitive conclusions about causation. Critics argue that this uncertainty benefits vaccine manufacturers by making it harder to establish clear links between vaccines and injuries. Supporters counter that the system strikes an appropriate balance between monitoring safety and avoiding false alarms. The international picture adds another layer of complexity to the vaccine compensation debate. Many other developed countries have their own vaccine injury compensation programs, each with different standards and procedures. Some are more generous than the United States system, while others are more restrictive. These variations raise questions about how vaccine safety risks are assessed and how societies should balance the benefits of vaccination programs against the costs of potential injuries. In some countries, compensation programs are administered directly by health departments, creating even closer ties between vaccine promotion and injury compensation. Other nations have established independent bodies to assess claims, attempting to separate safety monitoring from public health advocacy. The different approaches reflect ongoing debates about how to structure systems that can both encourage vaccination and fairly compensate those who may be harmed. The pharmaceutical industry's role in vaccine compensation also deserves scrutiny. While companies are largely shielded from liability by the VICP system, they continue to profit from vaccine sales. The special legal protections given to vaccine manufacturers are nearly unique in consumer products. Most other products, from cars to pharmaceuticals, expose their manufacturers to potential liability if they cause harm. Vaccines represent one of the few exceptions, where the government has essentially assumed responsibility for compensating injuries. This arrangement has been justified on public health grounds, the argument being that liability fears might discourage companies from making vaccines, threatening important public health programs. Critics argue that removing liability also removes incentives for companies to invest in making vaccines as safe as possible. If manufacturers know they won't be held financially responsible for injuries, what motivation do they have to minimize risks? The question becomes even more complex when considering newer vaccines and emerging technologies. The COVID-19 pandemic saw the rapid development and deployment of new vaccine technologies, including mRNA vaccines that had never been used on a large scale in humans. These vaccines were granted emergency use authorization and later full approval, but questions remain about long-term safety effects that may not become apparent for years. The COVID-19 vaccines were initially covered under a different compensation program called the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program, or CICP, which offers less generous benefits and more restrictive procedures than the traditional vaccine court. However, they were later added to the VICP system, ensuring that potential injuries would be compensated under the more established program. The handling of COVID-19 vaccine injuries has brought renewed attention to the vaccine compensation system. Reports of myocarditis, blood clots, and other serious adverse events following COVID vaccination have led to thousands of VAERS reports and numerous compensation claims. The government has acknowledged certain risks, such as myocarditis in young men following mRNA vaccination, while maintaining that the benefits of vaccination outweigh the risks for most people. Yet the sheer scale of COVID vaccination, with billions of doses administered worldwide, means that even rare adverse events could affect thousands of people. The compensation systems in various countries are likely to face unprecedented demand as claims related to COVID vaccines work their way through the system. How these cases are handled may shape public trust in vaccination programs for years to come. The broader implications of vaccine injury compensation extend beyond individual cases to questions about informed consent and medical autonomy. If vaccines can cause serious injuries that require billions in compensation, shouldn't people have the right to make informed decisions about whether to accept these risks? Yet many vaccination programs, particularly for children, are mandatory, with limited exemptions available. This creates an ethical dilemma. How can medical interventions be both mandatory and potentially harmful enough to require a compensation system? The usual principles of medical ethics emphasize patient autonomy and informed consent, but vaccination programs often operate under different rules justified by community benefit and public health necessity. The compensation system also raises questions about justice and fairness. Families who can navigate the complex legal procedures and afford expert witnesses may be more likely to receive compensation than those without resources. The system's reliance on legal representation and medical expertise may create disparities in outcomes that have little to do with the actual merits of cases. Moreover, the damage caps in the compensation system mean that even successful claimants may not receive full compensation for their injuries. The maximum payment for pain and suffering is limited, and ongoing care costs may not be fully covered. For families dealing with severely injured children who require lifelong care, even substantial settlements may fall short of covering actual expenses. As we consider the future of vaccine compensation systems, several trends are worth noting. The rapid pace of vaccine development, driven by new technologies and global health challenges, means that new products with unknown risk profiles are likely to enter the market regularly. The compensation systems will need to adapt to assess and compensate for injuries from these new technologies. At the same time, public awareness of vaccine injury compensation is growing, partly due to internet communities where families share their experiences and information about the claims process. This increased awareness may lead to more claims being filed, potentially straining the system's resources and procedures. The scientific understanding of vaccine injuries is also evolving, with new research identifying genetic factors, immune system variations, and other individual characteristics that may predispose some people to adverse reactions. This personalized medicine approach could eventually lead to better screening procedures to identify those at highest risk, but it also raises questions about whether compensation systems should account for individual susceptibility factors. The existence of vaccine injury compensation programs represents one of the most fascinating paradoxes in modern public health policy. Governments worldwide maintain that vaccines are among the safest and most effective medical interventions ever developed, yet they've found it necessary to establish special legal systems and pay out billions in compensation for vaccine injuries. This paradox reveals the complexity of vaccine policy, where population-level benefits must be weighed against individual risks, and where the promotion of public health interventions exists alongside acknowledgement that some people may be harmed. The compensation systems serve as a kind of social insurance, spreading the costs of rare but serious injuries across society while maintaining public vaccination programs. Whether these systems represent a reasonable compromise or an inadequate response to a more serious problem remains a matter of ongoing debate. What's clear is that the billions paid out in compensation represent real families dealing with real injuries, regardless of how rare they might be in statistical terms. Their stories and experiences deserve to be part of any honest discussion about vaccine safety and policy. The quiet operation of vaccine compensation programs, largely invisible to the general public, continues to raise important questions about transparency, accountability, and the balance between individual rights and collective health benefits. As new vaccines continue to be developed and deployed, these questions are likely to become even more pressing, requiring thoughtful consideration of how societies can both promote beneficial medical interventions and fairly address their potential harms. In communities across the world, a chemical is added to the water supply that reaches nearly every home, school, and business. It flows from kitchen taps, fills swimming pools, and becomes part of the food and beverages consumed by millions of people daily. This chemical is fluoride, and its addition to public water systems represents one of the most widespread medical interventions in human history. Yet behind the routine nature of water fluoridation lies a scientific debate that has been quietly intensifying for decades. The practice of adding fluoride to public water supplies began in the 1940s, following observations that people living in areas with naturally occurring fluoride in their water had fewer dental cavities. The logic seemed straightforward. If natural fluoride prevented tooth decay, then adding it to water supplies could provide the same benefit to everyone. Public health officials hailed it as one of the greatest achievements of the 20th century, and water fluoridation programs spread rapidly across developed nations. But as the decades passed, questions began to emerge. Researchers started investigating whether fluoride might have effects beyond dental health, and what they found was troubling. Studies began suggesting that fluoride could affect brain development, particularly in children. Animal research showed that high doses of fluoride could damage brain tissue and affect cognitive function. Human studies in areas with high natural fluoride levels found associations between fluoride exposure and reduced intelligence scores. The neurotoxicity debate gained significant momentum in 2014 when a team of Harvard researchers published a comprehensive review of existing studies on fluoride and brain development. Their analysis of 27 studies found a consistent pattern. Higher fluoride exposure was associated with lower IQ scores in children. The researchers concluded that fluoride should be considered a developmental neurotoxin, joining a list of chemicals known to be harmful to the developing brain. This wasn't a fringe publication or a single controversial study. The research appeared in Environmental Health Perspectives, a respected peer-reviewed journal published by the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. The lead author, Philippe Grandjean, was a well-established researcher in environmental health at Harvard School of Public Health. Yet despite the prestigious source and careful methodology, the findings received relatively little attention in mainstream media or public health communications. The Harvard Review identified several concerning patterns in the research literature. Studies from China, Iran, India, and Mexico consistently found that children in areas with higher fluoride exposure scored lower on IQ tests than those in areas with lower exposure. The effect sizes were substantial, with some studies showing IQ differences of 5 to 10 points between high and low exposure groups. These differences, while they might seem small, could have significant implications at a population level. What made these findings particularly concerning was that many of the studies examined fluoride levels that weren't dramatically higher than those found in fluoridated water supplies. While some studies looked at areas with very high natural fluoride levels that everyone agreed were problematic, others examined exposures closer to what millions of people experience through fluoridated water systems. The research landscape became even more complex as additional studies emerged. A major study published in JAMA Pediatrics in 2017 followed pregnant women and their children in Canada, tracking fluoride exposure during pregnancy and measuring IQ scores in the children years later. The researchers found that higher fluoride exposure during pregnancy was associated with lower IQ scores in boys, though not in girls. The effect was significant and concerning, particularly because the fluoride levels involved were within the range of what's considered normal in fluoridated communities. This Canadian study was particularly important because it was conducted in a developed country with modern healthcare systems and careful measurement techniques. Unlike some earlier studies from developing nations that critics argued might have confounding factors, this research was conducted under conditions similar to those in other developed countries with water fluoridation programs. The mechanism by which fluoride might affect brain development became clearer through laboratory research. Studies in animals showed that fluoride could cross the blood-brain barrier, the protective mechanism that normally prevents many chemicals from reaching brain tissue. Once in the brain, fluoride appeared to accumulate in certain regions and could interfere with the development of brain cells and the connections between them. Research also revealed that fluoride could affect the function of the pineal gland, a small structure in the brain that produces melatonin and helps regulate sleep cycles. Studies found that the pineal gland accumulated fluoride at higher concentrations than almost any other part of the body. Some researchers speculated that this accumulation might affect not only sleep patterns, but also other biological processes regulated by the pineal gland. The developing brain appeared to be particularly vulnerable to fluoride exposure. During fetal development and early childhood, the brain undergoes rapid growth and forms billions of connections between nerve cells. This process is exquisitely sensitive to chemical interference, and even small disruptions can have lasting effects on cognitive function, behavior, and learning ability. Animal studies provided more detailed insights into how fluoride might damage developing brains. Researchers found that fluoride exposure could increase oxidative stress in brain tissue, leading to cell damage and death. The chemical appeared to interfere with the function of neurotransmitters, the molecules that allow brain cells to communicate with each other. Fluoride also seemed to affect the formation of myelin, the protective coating around nerve fibers that's essential for proper brain function. These laboratory findings were supported by studies in humans that used advanced brain imaging techniques. Researchers found differences in brain structure and function between people with higher and lower fluoride exposure. Some studies showed changes in brain regions involved in learning, memory, and executive function, the cognitive skills needed for planning, decision-making, and impulse control. The evidence for fluoride neurotoxicity continued to accumulate through the 2010s. A comprehensive review published in 2020 analyzed over 300 studies on fluoride's effects on the nervous system. The authors concluded that there was substantial evidence that fluoride exposure, even at levels commonly found in fluoridated water, could harm brain development and cognitive function. Yet despite this growing body of research, public health agencies in countries with water fluoridation programs generally maintained that the practice was safe. They argued that the studies showing harmful effects either involved fluoride levels higher than those used in water fluoridation or had methodological limitations that made their conclusions unreliable. This created a puzzling situation where respected researchers were publishing peer-reviewed studies showing evidence of harm, while public health officials continued to endorse water fluoridation as safe and beneficial. The disconnect between the scientific literature and public health policy became a source of controversy and confusion. Part of the explanation for this disconnect lay in how different groups interpreted the same evidence. Researchers focused on the consistency of findings across multiple studies and the biological plausibility of fluoride neurotoxicity. Public health officials emphasized the limitations of individual studies and argued that the benefits of reduced tooth decay outweighed any potential risks. The interpretation of risk also differed significantly between these groups. Environmental health researchers often applied the precautionary principle, arguing that evidence of potential harm should lead to protective action even in the absence of absolute certainty. Public health officials generally required stronger evidence of harm before recommending changes to established programs that were believed to provide important benefits. The quality of available studies became a major point of contention. Critics of the neurotoxicity research argued that many studies were conducted in areas with very high natural fluoride levels that weren't representative of typical water fluoridation programs. They also pointed to potential confounding factors, such as socioeconomic status, nutrition, and education levels, that might explain the associations between fluoride exposure and cognitive effects. Supporters of the neurotoxicity research countered that the consistency of findings across different populations and study designs strengthened the evidence for a causal relationship. They argued that biological plausibility, supported by animal studies and mechanistic research, provided additional support for the hypothesis that fluoride could harm brain development. The debate was further complicated by the fact that fluoride exposure comes from multiple sources, not just fluoridated water. Toothpaste, dental treatments, processed foods, tea, and certain medications all contain fluoride. This made it difficult to assess the total exposure levels that people actually experience and to determine which sources might be most problematic. Some researchers began focusing on the concept of total fluoride exposure rather than just water fluoridation. They found that many people, particularly children, were receiving fluoride doses that exceeded what was originally intended when water fluoridation programs were designed. The cumulative effect of multiple fluoride sources raised questions about whether exposure levels had crept higher than was safe or necessary. The timing of exposure also emerged as a critical factor. Research suggested that fluoride exposure during pregnancy and early childhood might be particularly harmful, as these are periods of rapid brain development. Some studies found that prenatal fluoride exposure was more strongly associated with cognitive effects than exposure later in childhood, suggesting that the developing fetus might be especially vulnerable. This focus on prenatal exposure raised new questions about water fluoridation policy. Even if adults could safely consume fluoridated water, should pregnant women be advised to limit their exposure? Some researchers argued for targeted recommendations to protect the most vulnerable populations, while others maintained that such measures were unnecessary given the overall safety record of water fluoridation. The geographical distribution of research findings also revealed interesting patterns. Many of the studies showing associations between fluoride and cognitive effects came from countries with high natural fluoride levels in groundwater, such as China, India, and Iran. However, studies from developed countries with artificial water fluoridation programs were increasingly reporting similar findings, suggesting that the source of fluoride might be less important than the total exposure level. Advanced analytical techniques allowed researchers to better characterize fluoride exposure and its effects. Studies began measuring fluoride levels in urine, blood, and even hair samples to get more accurate assessments of individual exposure. Brain imaging studies used sophisticated techniques to examine the structure and function of different brain regions in people with varying fluoride exposure levels. These more detailed studies generally supported the conclusions of earlier research, while providing additional insights into how fluoride might affect the brain. They showed that fluoride could alter the development of specific brain regions involved in learning and memory, and that these changes were associated with measurable differences in cognitive performance. The research on fluoride neurotoxicity also began to explore sensitive subpopulations who might be at higher risk. Studies suggested that people with certain genetic variations might be more susceptible to fluoride's effects on the brain. Others found that nutritional factors, such as iodine status, could influence how fluoride affects brain development. Children appeared to be consistently more vulnerable to fluoride's neurological effects than adults. This wasn't surprising given that children absorb more fluoride relative to their body weight and have developing brains that are more susceptible to chemical interference. However, the implications for public health policy were significant, as water fluoridation programs typically don't differentiate between children and adults in terms of exposure levels. The debate over fluoride neurotoxicity intersected with broader discussions about environmental health and chemical safety. Fluoride joined a growing list of chemicals that researchers identified as developmental neurotoxins, substances that could interfere with normal brain development even at relatively low exposure levels. This category includes lead, mercury, certain pesticides, and other industrial chemicals that have been linked to learning disabilities, attention problems, and other cognitive issues. The concept of developmental neurotoxicity challenged traditional approaches to chemical safety assessment, which often focused on acute effects in adults rather than subtle long-term effects on developing brains. Researchers argued that the developing nervous system was so sensitive to chemical interference that traditional safety margins might be inadequate to protect children from harm. Some scientists proposed that fluoride should be regulated more like other developmental neurotoxins, with special protections for pregnant women and young children. They argued that the evidence for fluoride's effects on brain development was strong enough to warrant precautionary measures, even if absolute proof of causation was still being debated. The international picture on water fluoridation began to shift as awareness of neurotoxicity research grew. Several countries that had previously endorsed water fluoridation began to reconsider their policies. Some implemented more targeted approaches, such as fluoride supplements for high-risk children rather than mass water fluoridation. Others invested in alternative approaches to preventing tooth decay, such as improved dental care and fluoride-free prevention programs. The European Union, which had generally been more cautious about water fluoridation than countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia, saw most member countries avoid or discontinue water fluoridation programs. European health authorities often cited concerns about mass medication and individual consent, but growing awareness of neurotoxicity research likely influenced these decisions as well. Professional organizations found themselves in difficult positions as the evidence for fluoride neurotoxicity accumulated. Dental associations, which had long championed water fluoridation as essential for preventing tooth decay, were reluctant to acknowledge potential neurological risks that might undermine support for fluoridation programs. Medical organizations were generally less invested in fluoridation policy, but also hesitated to challenge established public health practices without overwhelming evidence of harm. This institutional inertia meant that policy changes often lagged behind scientific evidence. Even as research continued to support associations between fluoride exposure and neurological effects, official recommendations remained largely unchanged. The disconnect between emerging science and established policy created confusion for healthcare providers, policymakers, and the public. The media coverage of fluoride neurotoxicity research was often limited and sometimes misleading. Studies showing potential harm received little attention compared to the extensive promotion of water fluoridation's benefits. When neurotoxicity research was covered, it was often presented as controversial or preliminary, even when the studies were well-designed and published in respected journals. This pattern of media coverage reflected broader challenges in science communication, particularly around topics that challenge established policies or practices. The complexity of the research made it difficult for journalists to accurately convey the significance of findings, and institutional sources often provided reassuring messages that downplayed potential risks. Public awareness of fluoride neurotoxicity research remained limited, despite the potential implications for millions of people. Most parents were unaware that there was any scientific debate about fluoride's effects on brain development, and few realized that their children's cognitive development might be influenced by their fluoride exposure. The lack of public awareness was partly due to the technical nature of the research, which involved complex statistical analyses and specialized knowledge of neurotoxicology. It was also influenced by the authoritative messaging from public health agencies, which continued to present water fluoridation as unequivocally beneficial and safe. Some advocacy groups began working to increase public awareness of fluoride neurotoxicity research. They organized conferences, published educational materials, and lobbied for policy changes based on the emerging science. However, these efforts were often dismissed as anti-science or conspiracy-minded, making it difficult to have nuanced discussions about the research findings. The polarized nature of the fluoride debate made it challenging to have balanced discussions about the science. Supporters of water fluoridation often dismissed any concerns about safety as unscientific, while critics sometimes overstated the strength of evidence for harm. This polarization obscured the legitimate scientific questions that deserved careful consideration. As research on fluoride neurotoxicity continued to evolve, several important questions remained unanswered. What level of fluoride exposure, if any, was safe for developing brains? Were there sensitive subpopulations who needed special protection? Could the benefits of fluoride for dental health be achieved through methods that didn't involve systemic exposure? The answers to these questions had significant implications for public health policy. If fluoride truly posed risks to brain development, then mass water fluoridation programs might need to be reconsidered or modified to protect vulnerable populations. If the risks were minimal compared to the benefits for dental health, then current programs might be justified despite some potential for harm. The fluoride neurotoxicity debate also raised broader questions about how societies should approach public health interventions. Should the precautionary principle guide policy when there's evidence of potential harm but uncertainty about magnitude? How should individual choice and consent factor into mass intervention programs? What level of evidence should be required before making changes to established programs? These questions didn't have easy answers, but they deserved serious consideration as the scientific evidence continued to develop. The debate over fluoride and brain development represented a case study in how societies navigate the complex relationship between scientific uncertainty, public health policy, and individual rights. The ongoing research into fluoride neurotoxicity promised to provide additional insights into these important questions. Large-scale prospective studies were tracking children from birth through school age to better understand how fluoride exposure during critical developmental periods might affect cognitive development. Advanced analytical techniques were providing more precise measurements of fluoride exposure and more detailed assessments of neurological effects. As this research continued to unfold, it would likely influence public health policies around the world. The evidence for fluoride's effects on brain development had already prompted some communities to reconsider their water fluoridation programs, and additional research might accelerate these policy changes. The story of fluoride neurotoxicity research illustrated the challenges inherent in evaluating the safety of widespread environmental exposures. It showed how scientific evidence could accumulate over decades while policy responses lagged behind, and how institutional commitments to established practices could slow recognition of potential problems. Most importantly, it highlighted the need for ongoing vigilance about the safety of public health interventions, even those that are widely accepted and have apparent benefits. The assumption that something is safe simply because it's been used for a long time or because authorities endorse it may not always be justified when new evidence emerges about potential risks. The quiet accumulation of evidence about fluoride's effects on the developing brain represented one of the most significant challenges to an established public health practice in recent decades. Whether this evidence would ultimately lead to changes in water fluoridation policies remained to be seen, but the research had already raised important questions about the balance between benefits and risks in population-wide interventions. As communities around the world continued to grapple with these questions, the fluoride neurotoxicity debate served as a reminder that public health policies should be based on the best available science, even when that science challenges long-held assumptions about safety and effectiveness. The stakes were high, involving the cognitive development of millions of children and the integrity of public health decision-making processes. The resolution of this debate would likely require additional research, more transparent communication about risks and benefits, and careful consideration of how to protect the most vulnerable members of society while preserving important public health gains. Whatever the ultimate outcome, the fluoride neurotoxicity controversy had already contributed valuable lessons about scientific uncertainty, policy inertia, and the challenges of protecting public health in an increasingly complex world. In the quiet corners of research laboratories around the world, scientists have been conducting studies that never quite make it to the evening news. Studies about the invisible waves that now surround us every moment of every day. We're talking about 5G radiation and the research that's been quietly buried beneath corporate interests and regulatory comfort. Most of us carry a device in our pocket that emits electromagnetic radiation 24 hours a day. We live in homes filled with wireless signals, work in buildings bathed in cellular waves, and walk through cities where 5G towers beam frequencies through the air at levels never before experienced in human history. But what does this mean for our health? And why are some of the most concerning studies being kept away from public view? The story begins with something called the National Toxicology Program study, one of the largest and most expensive studies ever conducted on cell phone radiation. For over a decade, researchers exposed laboratory rats and mice to radiofrequency radiation similar to what our phones emit. The results were startling. They found clear evidence of heart tumors in male rats and some evidence of brain tumors in both rats and mice. But here's where it gets interesting. The initial findings were so concerning that the study was extended, then re-examined, then quietly downplayed. When the preliminary results were first released, they showed something that telecommunications companies didn't want to hear. The radiation levels that caused tumors in the laboratory animals were actually lower than what many people are exposed to through their daily phone use. But as the study progressed through various review processes, the language became softer, the conclusions more cautious, and the media coverage more sparse. Dr. Ronald Melnick, who helped design the National Toxicology Program study, has spoken about pressure from industry groups to minimize the findings. He's described how the study's conclusions were watered down, despite the clear biological effects observed in the laboratory animals. The question becomes, if we're seeing these effects in controlled laboratory conditions, what might be happening to humans who are exposed to this radiation for hours every day, often for decades? But the National Toxicology Program study isn't the only research that's been quietly pushed aside. In Italy, the Ramazzini Institute conducted a massive study involving nearly 3,000 rats exposed to radiofrequency radiation at levels comparable to cell tower emissions. The results echoed the American findings, showing increased rates of heart tumors and brain tumors. Yet this study received minimal media attention and was largely ignored by regulatory agencies. The pattern becomes clear when you look at the funding sources. Studies funded by the telecommunications industry consistently find no harmful effects from wireless radiation. Independent studies, particularly those funded by government agencies or academic institutions, are much more likely to find biological effects. This isn't necessarily evidence of deliberate manipulation, but it raises questions about how research priorities are set and how results are interpreted. Consider the work of Dr. Lennart Hardell, a Swedish oncologist who has spent decades studying the relationship between wireless radiation and brain tumors. His research has consistently found increased risks of brain tumors among long-term cell phone users, particularly those who started using phones before age 20. His studies have been published in peer-reviewed journals and have influenced policy decisions in some countries. Yet in the United States, his work is rarely mentioned in official assessments of wireless safety. Dr. Hardell has described facing pressure from industry groups and regulatory agencies to modify his conclusions. He's spoken about how funding for his research became increasingly difficult to obtain as his findings challenged the safety of wireless technology. This is a pattern repeated by researchers around the world who have found concerning effects from wireless radiation. The World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer classified radiofrequency electromagnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans back in 2011. This classification was based on limited evidence of an increased risk for brain tumors among heavy cell phone users. Yet 13 years later, this classification has been largely forgotten by the public, and the research supporting it continues to be downplayed. What makes this particularly troubling is that the studies finding harmful effects aren't looking at the extreme exposures you might expect. They're finding effects at levels that millions of people are exposed to every day. The specific absorption rate, or SAR, which measures how much radiation is absorbed by human tissue, is often higher during normal phone use than the levels that cause tumors in laboratory animals. But cell phones are just the beginning. The rollout of 5G networks has introduced new frequencies and new exposure patterns that have never been tested for long-term health effects. 5G uses millimeter waves, which are absorbed primarily by the skin, rather than penetrating deep into the body like the lower frequencies used by previous generations of wireless technology. This might sound safer, but it also means that the effects on skin cells, nerve endings, and other surface tissues are largely unknown. Dr. Yale Stein, a dermatologist who has studied the effects of millimeter waves on human skin, has found that these frequencies can cause the skin to act like an antenna, absorbing energy in ways that could lead to cellular damage. Her research suggests that the sweat ducts in human skin may be particularly vulnerable to millimeter wave radiation, potentially acting as helical antennas that concentrate the energy. The telecommunications industry has consistently argued that 5G is safe because the power levels are low and the frequencies don't penetrate deeply into the body. But this argument ignores the fact that we've never had long-term studies of millimeter wave exposure in humans. We're essentially conducting a massive experiment on the entire population, with no control group and no way to reverse the effects if problems emerge. Some researchers have raised concerns about the pulsed nature of 5G signals. Unlike continuous wave radiation, 5G uses complex modulation patterns that create brief, intense bursts of energy. These pulses may have biological effects that are different from continuous exposure, but the research on pulsed radiation is limited and often contradictory. Dr. Martin Pall, a biochemist who has studied the cellular effects of electromagnetic fields, has proposed that wireless radiation affects voltage-gated calcium channels in cell membranes. His research suggests that even low levels of radiation can cause these channels to malfunction, leading to cellular stress and potential damage. If his hypothesis is correct, it could explain why some studies find biological effects at power levels that are considered safe by current standards. The insurance industry provides an interesting perspective on this issue. Many insurance companies now exclude coverage for health effects related to electromagnetic radiation. Lloyd's of London, one of the world's largest insurance markets, has specifically excluded coverage for claims related to wireless radiation exposure. This suggests that the insurance industry, which makes its money by accurately assessing risks, considers wireless radiation to be a significant potential liability. The legal landscape is also shifting. In the United States, several lawsuits have been filed by individuals claiming that long-term cell phone use caused their brain tumors. While most of these cases have been unsuccessful, some have resulted in significant settlements. The challenge is proving causation when brain tumors can take decades to develop, and when nearly everyone is exposed to wireless radiation. International perspectives on wireless safety vary dramatically. In France, the government has banned Wi-Fi in nursery schools and requires that it be turned off in elementary schools when not in use. In Israel, the Ministry of Health has issued guidelines recommending that children under 18 limit their use of cell phones and use speakerphone or headsets to reduce radiation exposure. These precautionary approaches contrast sharply with the United States, where official policy maintains that current exposure levels are safe. The research on wireless radiation and fertility is particularly concerning. Several studies have found that men who carry cell phones in their pockets have lower sperm counts and reduced sperm motility compared to men who don't carry phones. Dr. Devra Davis, an epidemiologist who has studied this issue extensively, has found that wireless radiation can damage sperm DNA and reduce testosterone levels in men. Similar effects have been observed in women. Some studies suggest that pregnant women who use cell phones frequently may have children with behavioral problems and developmental delays. The fetus may be particularly vulnerable to wireless radiation because its tissues are still developing and its skull is thinner than an adult's. The mechanism by which wireless radiation might affect reproductive health isn't fully understood, but researchers have proposed several possibilities. The radiation might interfere with hormone production, damage cellular DNA, or disrupt the normal functioning of reproductive organs. The fact that effects are being observed at exposure levels that are considered safe by current standards suggests that our safety guidelines may be inadequate. Sleep disturbances have also been linked to wireless radiation exposure. The pineal gland, which produces melatonin, appears to be particularly sensitive to electromagnetic fields. Several studies have found that people who sleep near cell phone towers or Wi-Fi routers report more sleep problems and produce less melatonin than those who don't. Dr. Magda Havas, a professor who has studied electromagnetic sensitivity, has documented cases of people who experience immediate symptoms when exposed to wireless radiation. These symptoms can include headaches, fatigue, difficulty concentrating, and skin irritation. While the medical establishment has been slow to recognize electromagnetic sensitivity as a legitimate condition, the number of people reporting these symptoms continues to grow. The children's health issue is particularly troubling because young brains are still developing and may be more vulnerable to radiation effects. The American Academy of Pediatrics has issued guidelines recommending that parents limit their children's use of cell phones and other wireless devices. Yet these recommendations are rarely publicized, and many parents remain unaware of the potential risks. Studies of children who use cell phones have found changes in brain activity patterns, alterations in sleep quality, and behavioral changes. While these effects are often subtle, they raise questions about what might happen with prolonged exposure over many years. The generation of children who have grown up with wireless devices will be the first to experience lifetime exposure to these frequencies. The lack of long-term studies is perhaps the most troubling aspect of this issue. Most of the research on wireless radiation has focused on short-term exposures or acute effects. But cancer and other chronic diseases can take decades to develop, and we simply don't have data on what happens to people who are exposed to wireless radiation for their entire lives. The telecommunications industry has successfully argued that the absence of definitive proof of harm means that wireless technology is safe. But this argument ignores the precautionary principle, which suggests that we should err on the side of caution when dealing with potentially harmful exposures. The history of tobacco, asbestos, and other environmental hazards shows us that waiting for definitive proof of harm can result in millions of unnecessary deaths and illnesses. What makes this situation particularly complex is that wireless technology has become so integral to modern life that most people can't imagine living without it. The economic benefits of wireless communication are enormous, and the convenience it provides is undeniable. But this doesn't mean we should ignore potential health risks or suppress research that might challenge the safety of these technologies. The suppression of research on wireless radiation isn't necessarily the result of a deliberate conspiracy. It's more likely the result of economic pressures, regulatory capture, and the natural tendency of industries to minimize potential liabilities. But the effect is the same. Important research is being ignored, downplayed, or defunded, while the public remains largely unaware of potential risks. As we move forward with the deployment of 5G networks and other wireless technologies, it's crucial that we maintain an open dialogue about potential health effects. This means funding independent research, protecting scientists who find concerning results, and ensuring that the public has access to accurate information about both the benefits and risks of wireless technology. The story of wireless radiation research is still being written, and the final chapter won't be known for decades. But the research that's been quietly buried suggests that we may be exposing ourselves to risks that we don't fully understand. The question isn't whether wireless technology is beneficial. It clearly is. The question is whether we're willing to acknowledge and address the potential costs of our wireless world. Deep in the shadows of modern technology lies a phenomenon that most people have never heard of, but thousands claim to experience every day. They call themselves targeted individuals, and their stories read like science fiction. But what if they're not fiction at all? What if the surveillance state has evolved beyond anything we imagined, and some people have found themselves caught in its crosshairs? The testimonies are remarkably consistent across different countries, different backgrounds, and different demographics. Individuals report being subjected to round-the-clock electronic surveillance, harassment through directed energy weapons, voice-to-skull technology, and psychological operations designed to isolate them from friends and family. The tactics described sound like something from a spy thriller, but the people reporting them are teachers, nurses, engineers, and ordinary citizens who claim their lives have been turned upside down by an invisible enemy. Sarah Chen was a software engineer in Seattle when she first noticed something wasn't right. It started with small things. Her computer would slow down for no apparent reason, files would disappear or be corrupted, and she would receive strange phone calls with no one on the other end. She assumed it was just bad luck with technology until the symptoms became more severe. Sarah began experiencing what she describes as directed energy attacks. She would feel sudden, intense heat on specific parts of her body, often accompanied by a burning sensation that would last for hours. Medical tests revealed nothing unusual, but the attacks continued. She installed EMF detectors in her home and found readings that spiked dramatically at the same times she experienced the burning sensations. The psychological harassment was equally disturbing. Sarah reported hearing voices that seemed to come from inside her head, often commenting on her activities or threatening her safety. She would find evidence that someone had been in her home while she was away. Small items moved or rearranged in ways that couldn't be explained by normal causes. Her internet searches were being monitored, with ads and content appearing that directly referenced her private thoughts and conversations. What makes Sarah's case particularly compelling is the documentation she maintained. She kept detailed logs of incidents, recorded EMF readings, and even captured video evidence of some of the harassment. Her background in technology gave her the skills to investigate what was happening to her, but it also made her more aware of how sophisticated the surveillance had become. Dr. John Hall, a physician who has studied the targeted individual phenomenon, estimates that there are thousands of people in the United States alone who are experiencing similar harassment. His research suggests that many of these individuals were selected for targeting after they reported government wrongdoing, filed lawsuits against powerful institutions, or somehow became inconvenient to people in positions of authority. The technology described by targeted individuals isn't entirely fictional. The United States military has acknowledged the existence of directed energy weapons, and the Department of Defense has conducted research on non-lethal weapons that use electromagnetic radiation to incapacitate targets. The active denial system, for example, uses millimeter wave radiation to create an intense burning sensation on the skin, forcing people to move away from the targeted area. Voice-to-skull technology, which targeted individuals frequently report, has been acknowledged by the military as well. The technology uses pulsed microwave radiation to create audible sounds inside a person's head, effectively allowing communication without the need for speakers or headphones. While the military has described this as a non-lethal weapon for crowd control, targeted individuals report that it's being used for psychological harassment and intimidation. Remote neural monitoring is another technology that appears frequently in targeted individual testimonies. This involves using electromagnetic fields to monitor brain activity from a distance, potentially allowing surveillance of thoughts and emotions. While this technology is still in development, patents have been filed for devices that claim to be able to read thoughts remotely using electromagnetic signals. The gang stalking phenomenon is another common element in targeted individual reports. This involves coordinated harassment by multiple individuals who work together to intimidate and isolate the target. The stalkers often use seemingly innocent activities, like walking by the target's house repeatedly, honking car horns, or making specific gestures that have meaning only to the target. Maria Rodriguez, a former government employee in Texas, describes her experience with gang stalking as a carefully orchestrated campaign to drive her out of her community. After she reported financial irregularities at her workplace, she began noticing the same people appearing in different locations throughout her day. They would follow her to the grocery store, the bank, and even to medical appointments. The stalking wasn't just about surveillance. Maria reported that the stalkers would engage in activities designed to cause her stress and anxiety. They would rev their engines when she tried to sleep, shine bright lights into her windows, and even stage accidents or altercations near her home. The goal seemed to be to make her feel constantly threatened and watched. What makes gang stalking particularly insidious is its plausible deniability. Any individual incident could be explained away as coincidence or paranoia. But taken together, the pattern of harassment becomes clear to the target, even if it's difficult to prove to others. This isolation from friends and family appears to be a key component of the harassment strategy. The electronic torture aspect of targeted individual testimonies is perhaps the most disturbing. Victims report being subjected to what they describe as directed energy attacks that can cause pain, illness, and even physical injury. These attacks often target specific organs or body parts, leading to symptoms that are difficult to diagnose or treat through conventional medicine. Dr. Beatrice Galam, a professor of medicine who has studied the health effects of directed energy weapons, has documented cases of individuals who appear to have been injured by electromagnetic radiation. Her research suggests that the symptoms reported by targeted individuals are consistent with exposure to pulsed radiofrequency radiation, which can cause neurological damage, cardiovascular problems, and other health issues. The Havana syndrome cases provide an interesting parallel to targeted individual testimonies. In 2016, American diplomats and intelligence officers in Cuba began experiencing mysterious symptoms including headaches, nausea, hearing loss, and cognitive problems. Similar incidents were later reported in China, Russia, and other countries. While the cause of Havana syndrome remains officially unknown, many experts believe it was caused by directed energy weapons. The similarities between Havana syndrome and targeted individual testimonies are striking. Both involve symptoms that appear to be caused by directed energy, both affect the nervous system, and both have been difficult to diagnose using conventional medical tests. The main difference is that Havana syndrome affected government employees and received extensive media coverage, while targeted individuals are typically ordinary citizens whose stories are largely ignored. The technology for remote surveillance and harassment has advanced dramatically in recent years. Software exists that can turn any smartphone into a listening device, even when the phone appears to be turned off. Smart home devices can be hacked to monitor conversations and activities. GPS tracking allows for precise location monitoring, and facial recognition technology can identify individuals in crowds. But targeted individuals report surveillance capabilities that go beyond what's publicly acknowledged. They describe being monitored in locations where conventional surveillance would be impossible, such as inside their homes with no electronic devices present. They report that their thoughts and private conversations are being monitored, suggesting the use of advanced neural monitoring technology. The psychological impact of this level of surveillance and harassment is severe. Targeted individuals often develop symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. Many report that the constant stress has affected their physical health, with symptoms including chronic fatigue, digestive problems, and immune system dysfunction. The isolation experienced by targeted individuals is particularly damaging. Because their experiences sound so unusual, they often find that friends and family don't believe them. Mental health professionals may dismiss their reports as delusions or paranoia. This isolation appears to be a deliberate component of the harassment strategy, designed to make the targets feel helpless and alone. Support groups for targeted individuals have formed both online and in person, providing a community for people who feel that no one else understands their experiences. These groups share information about protection strategies, legal resources, and coping mechanisms. While some dismiss these groups as reinforcing delusional thinking, they provide crucial emotional support for people who feel abandoned by society. The legal system has been largely ineffective in addressing targeted individual complaints. Law enforcement agencies often dismiss reports of electronic harassment as mental health issues rather than criminal activity. The sophisticated nature of the harassment makes it difficult to gather evidence that would be admissible in court. The perpetrators often operate with apparent impunity, knowing that their activities are difficult to prove. Some targeted individuals have attempted to document their experiences using technical equipment. EMF detectors can measure electromagnetic radiation levels, spectrum analyzers can identify specific frequencies, and Faraday cages can provide some protection from electronic attacks. However, the equipment needed for comprehensive documentation is expensive and requires technical expertise that most people don't possess. The international scope of targeted individual reports suggests that this isn't a phenomenon limited to any single country or organization. Reports come from the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and other developed nations. The consistency of the testimonies across different cultures and languages suggests either a coordinated program or the independent development of similar technologies and tactics. Government agencies have generally remained silent about targeted individual claims, neither confirming nor denying the existence of the technologies described. This silence is itself suspicious, given that some of the technologies have been acknowledged in military and academic research. The lack of official response leaves targeted individuals without recourse through normal channels. The emergence of targeted individual testimonies coincides with advances in surveillance technology and the expansion of government surveillance programs. The revelations by Edward Snowden about the extent of government surveillance capabilities provided context for some of the claims made by targeted individuals. If the government has the capability to monitor all electronic communications, it's not unreasonable to assume that more targeted forms of surveillance might also exist. The medical community has been divided in its response to targeted individual claims. Some physicians have attempted to treat the symptoms described by their patients, while others have dismissed the reports as psychological disorders. The lack of conventional medical tests that can detect directed energy exposure makes it difficult to provide definitive diagnoses. Research into the health effects of electromagnetic radiation has been limited, but what exists supports some of the claims made by targeted individuals. Studies have found that exposure to pulsed radiofrequency radiation can cause neurological symptoms, cardiovascular problems, and other health issues. The symptoms reported by targeted individuals are consistent with what would be expected from chronic exposure to directed energy. The technology for remote neural monitoring continues to advance, with researchers developing brain-computer interfaces that can read thoughts and emotions. While this technology is still in early stages, it suggests that the capabilities described by targeted individuals may not be as far-fetched as they initially appear. The targeting appears to follow certain patterns. Many targeted individuals report that their harassment began after they reported wrongdoing, filed lawsuits, or otherwise challenged powerful interests. Others report that they were targeted because of their political beliefs, their research activities, or their potential to influence others. The goal of the harassment appears to be neutralization rather than elimination. Targeted individuals report that the harassment is designed to discredit them, isolate them from support networks, and prevent them from being effective in their personal or professional lives. This approach allows the perpetrators to neutralize threats without resorting to more obvious forms of violence. The psychological warfare aspects of targeted individual harassment are particularly sophisticated. The tactics described include gaslighting, where the target is made to question their own perceptions and memories. Sleep deprivation is commonly reported, with electronic harassment often intensifying at night. The unpredictable nature of the attacks creates a state of constant hypervigilance and stress. Counter-surveillance measures are discussed frequently in targeted individual communities. These include the use of EMF shielding materials, electronic countermeasures devices, and operational security practices. However, the effectiveness of these measures is debated, with some individuals reporting temporary relief, while others find that the harassment adapts to their protection efforts. The phenomenon of targeted individuals challenges our assumptions about privacy, security, and the limits of surveillance technology. Whether the testimonies represent genuine experiences or mass delusion, they reflect growing concerns about the power of technology to invade our most private spaces and thoughts. The stories of targeted individuals serve as a warning about the potential for abuse of surveillance technology. As our society becomes increasingly connected and monitored, the possibility of this technology being used for harassment and intimidation becomes more real. The testimonies of targeted individuals may represent the canary in the coal mine, warning us about dangers that we have yet to fully recognize or address. The truth about targeted individuals may never be fully known, but their testimonies provide insight into the dark possibilities of our surveillance age. Whether their experiences are real or perceived, they represent genuine suffering and raise important questions about the relationship between technology, power, and individual privacy in the modern world. Deep within the labyrinthine halls of government patent offices, buried among thousands of mundane inventions and technological innovations, lie documents that read more like science fiction than reality. These aren't patents for better mousetraps or improved light bulbs. These are detailed blueprints for technologies designed to influence, manipulate, and control the human mind itself. What makes these documents so unsettling isn't just their content, but the fact that they exist at all, filed by researchers, corporations, and government agencies, with the serious intent of turning thoughts and behaviors into something that can be remotely controlled. The story begins in the 1950s, during the height of the Cold War, when the line between science and speculation was often blurred by national security concerns. It was during this era that the Central Intelligence Agency launched what would become one of the most controversial research programs in American history, MK-Ultra. While much of MK-Ultra focused on chemical substances like LSD, researchers were also exploring electromagnetic methods of mind control, laying the groundwork for technologies that would later appear in patent applications decades down the line. But these weren't just theoretical exercises. Patent applications require detailed technical specifications, diagrams, and explanations of how the technology would actually work. When someone files a patent for a method of neural manipulation or thought influence, they're claiming they've figured out how to make it happen. The question isn't whether these technologies are possible, it's whether they've been developed, tested, and potentially deployed. One of the most disturbing patents in this category was filed in 1973 by Dr. Robert Malich, titled Apparatus and Method for Remotely Monitoring and Altering Brain Waves. The patent describes a system that could monitor human brain activity from a distance and, more alarmingly, influence it. According to the document, the technology would use electromagnetic radiation to detect neural activity and then transmit signals back to the brain to alter its function. The patent claims this could be done without the subject's knowledge or consent, opening up possibilities that sound like something out of a dystopian nightmare. The technical details are surprisingly specific. The patent describes how different frequencies of electromagnetic radiation could penetrate the skull and interact with neural tissue. It explains how brain waves could be detected by analyzing the electromagnetic signatures that naturally emanate from neural activity. Most concerning of all, it outlines how those same electromagnetic frequencies could be modulated and transmitted back to influence thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. But Malich's patent wasn't an isolated case. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, dozens of similar patents were filed, each describing different methods of neural manipulation and mind control. Some focused on acoustic methods, using sound waves to influence brain activity. Others explored the use of microwave radiation or pulsed electromagnetic fields. What they all had in common was the claim that human consciousness could be technologically manipulated from a distance. Dr. Jose Delgado, a neuroscientist at Yale University, had already demonstrated that electronic stimulation of the brain could control behavior. His famous experiment in 1963, where he stopped a charging bull with a radio-controlled brain implant, proved that neural manipulation was not just theoretical. But the patents being filed went far beyond Delgado's work. They claimed to achieve similar effects without any physical implants, using only external electromagnetic fields. The implications were staggering. If these technologies actually worked, they could theoretically be used to influence elections, suppress dissent, or control populations on a massive scale. A government or corporation with access to such technology could potentially make people feel happy or sad, compliant or rebellious, simply by exposing them to specific electromagnetic frequencies. The fact that these patents were being filed suggested that someone, somewhere, believed this was not only possible, but worth investing significant resources to develop. One particularly unsettling patent was filed in 1991 by Philip Lewes, titled Nervous System Manipulation by Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors. This patent describes how computer monitors, television screens, and other display devices could be modified to emit electromagnetic fields that would influence viewers' nervous systems. According to the patent, very weak electromagnetic fields could trigger neural responses if they were pulsed at specific frequencies that matched natural brain rhythms. The patent explains that these effects could be achieved with extremely low power signals, making them virtually undetectable. A person watching television or working at a computer could be unknowingly exposed to neural manipulation technology disguised as normal electronic emissions. The patent even specifies which frequencies would be most effective for different types of neural influence, providing what amounts to a technical manual for subliminal mind control. What makes this patent particularly concerning is its practicality. Unlike some of the more exotic technologies described in other patents, this method could theoretically be implemented using existing consumer electronics with only minor modifications. Television broadcasts, computer displays, even digital billboards could potentially be weaponized to influence public behavior without anyone realizing what was happening. The patent applications continued into the 21st century, becoming more sophisticated as our understanding of neuroscience advanced. A patent filed in 2006 by Hendrikus Lewes, titled Remote Manipulation of Nervous Systems, describes technology that could influence human behavior through television and computer screens by exploiting the way sensory systems respond to pulsed electromagnetic fields. The patent claims that specific pulse patterns could trigger everything from anxiety and drowsiness to more complex emotional and behavioral responses. But perhaps the most comprehensive mind control patent was filed in 2014 by a researcher named Stefan Zuber. The patent, titled Method and System for Altering Consciousness, describes a complete framework for neural manipulation using a combination of electromagnetic fields, acoustic waves, and visual stimuli. According to the patent, this technology could induce specific mental states, alter memory formation, and even implant artificial thoughts or experiences. The technical specifications are remarkably detailed, describing exactly how different combinations of frequencies and intensities would affect various regions of the brain. The patent includes diagrams showing how the technology could be deployed using aircraft, satellites, or ground-based transmitters to affect large populations simultaneously. It reads less like a scientific paper and more like a blueprint for mass psychological warfare. But here's where the story becomes even more mysterious. Many of these patents have been classified or restricted after their initial filing. Patent number 4877027, originally titled Hearing System, was reclassified under the Invention Secrecy Act and is now only available to researchers with appropriate security clearances. The patent allegedly describes technology for transmitting sounds directly into a person's head using microwave radiation, essentially creating voices that only the target would hear. The Invention Secrecy Act allows the government to classify patents that could be detrimental to national security if made public. When a patent gets hit with a secrecy order, all public records of it disappear, and the inventor is forbidden from discussing their work. The fact that mind control patents have been subjected to this level of classification suggests that these technologies may be more than just theoretical exercises. Dr. Nick Bijich, a researcher who has spent decades investigating these patents, claims to have documented over 36 mind control technologies that have been patented by government agencies and defense contractors. According to Bijich, these patents represent a coordinated effort to develop what he calls non-lethal weapons for psychological warfare and population control. He argues that the sheer number and sophistication of these patents indicates that significant resources have been invested in their development. Some researchers believe these technologies have already been tested on unwitting subjects. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, there were numerous reports of individuals claiming to be victims of electromagnetic harassment or targeted individuals, experiencing symptoms consistent with the effects described in the mind control patents. While many of these claims were dismissed as delusions or mental illness, the existence of the patents raises troubling questions about whether some of these reports might have been legitimate. The Phoenix program during the Vietnam War demonstrated that the U.S. government was willing to use psychological manipulation and torture for intelligence purposes. The MK-Ultra experiments showed that researchers were prepared to test mind control techniques on unwitting subjects, including American citizens. Given this historical context, the idea that newer, more sophisticated mind control technologies might have been covertly tested is not as far-fetched as it might initially seem. But the most disturbing aspect of these patents may be their potential for abuse by non-governmental actors. While the original research may have been conducted by government agencies and defense contractors, the basic principles described in many of these patents have become part of the public record. This means that any organization with sufficient resources and technical expertise could potentially develop their own versions of these technologies. Corporate espionage, political manipulation, and social control could all be achieved using the methods described in these patents. A corporation could theoretically influence consumer behavior by exposing shoppers to specific electromagnetic frequencies. Political organizations could manipulate voter sentiment by targeting specific demographics with neural influence technology. The possibilities are as endless as they are terrifying. The emergence of social media and digital connectivity has created new opportunities for psychological manipulation that the original patent holders may never have envisioned. If the technologies described in these patents actually work, they could potentially be delivered through smartphones, smart TVs, and other connected devices that people use constantly throughout their daily lives. The ubiquity of electronic devices means that neural influence technology could be deployed on an unprecedented scale. Modern neuroscience has confirmed many of the basic principles underlying these patents. We now know that electromagnetic fields can indeed influence neural activity, that specific frequencies can trigger particular brainwave patterns, and that neural stimulation can affect thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. What remains unclear is how effectively these principles can be applied for remote manipulation, and whether the technologies described in the patents have actually been built and deployed. The National Security Agency has acknowledged conducting research into neural influence technology, though details remain classified. Documents released through Freedom of Information Act requests have revealed that various government agencies have invested millions of dollars in research programs exploring electromagnetic methods of behavior modification. While the specific details of this research remain secret, the fact that it's happening at all lends credibility to the idea that the technologies described in the patents may be more than just theoretical. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this entire story is the silence surrounding it. Despite the obvious implications of remote mind control technology, there has been remarkably little public discussion or oversight of these patents and the research they represent. The media has largely ignored the story, government officials refuse to comment, and the scientific community has shown little interest in publicly examining the ethical implications of this technology. This silence raises uncomfortable questions about what might be happening behind closed doors. If these technologies don't work, why the secrecy? If they do work, why isn't there more public debate about their development and potential use? The fact that these patents exist in a virtual information vacuum suggests that someone somewhere has a vested interest in keeping this technology out of public awareness. What we're left with is a collection of technical documents that describe methods for remotely manipulating human consciousness, filed by researchers and organizations with the resources and motivation to develop such technologies, surrounded by a wall of official silence and classification. Whether these patents represent functional technologies or elaborate research exercises may ultimately be less important than the fact that they exist at all, serving as a reminder that the human mind has become another frontier for technological control, and that the boundaries between science fiction and reality may be far thinner than we'd like to believe. In the world of modern warfare, the most devastating weapons are often the ones you never see coming. While traditional military thinking focuses on bullets, bombs, and missiles, a parallel universe of weapons development has been quietly advancing technologies that sound more like something from a science fiction movie than a Pentagon briefing room. These are directed energy weapons, or DEWs, technologies that use focused electromagnetic radiation, microwaves, or particle beams to disable, damage, or destroy targets without leaving behind the telltale evidence of conventional explosives. What makes directed energy weapons so intriguing and potentially terrifying is their precision and plausible deniability. A microwave weapon can disable electronic systems without leaving physical damage. A high-powered laser can bring down aircraft or missiles while appearing to outside observers as nothing more than a bright flash of light. An electromagnetic pulse can cripple entire power grids or communication networks, causing chaos that looks like technical failures rather than acts of war. The development of these weapons has been one of the military's most closely guarded secrets for decades, but patent applications, leaked documents, and occasional military demonstrations have provided glimpses into a world where the line between non-lethal crowd control and devastating warfare has become increasingly blurred. What emerges from this shadowy landscape is a picture of weapons systems that could fundamentally change the nature of conflict, making traditional defensive measures obsolete while providing new ways to wage war that leave minimal physical evidence. The story of directed energy weapons begins during World War II, when both Allied and Axis powers experimented with focused electromagnetic radiation as a potential weapon. The Germans investigated the possibility of using radio waves to disrupt aircraft engines, while American researchers explored the military applications of microwave technology being developed for radar systems. these early experiments were largely unsuccessful, limited by the primitive state of electronics and power generation technology of the era. But the basic principle was sound. Electromagnetic radiation, when focused and amplified, could potentially interfere with electronic systems, disrupt communications, or even cause physical damage through heating effects. As electronics became more sophisticated and pervasive in military systems, the potential vulnerability to electromagnetic attack became increasingly apparent. A weapon that could disable an enemy's electronics without destroying the underlying hardware began to look extremely attractive to military planners. The first breakthrough came in the 1970s with the development of high-powered microwave weapons. These devices, essentially oversized microwave ovens, could generate electromagnetic pulses powerful enough to disable electronic equipment at considerable distances. Unlike nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons, which could affect entire regions but came with obvious political and environmental consequences, high-powered microwave weapons offered precision targeting with minimal collateral damage. The U.S. Air Force began serious development of microwave weapons in the 1980s through a program called Active Denial. The goal was to create non-lethal weapons that could be used for crowd control, checkpoint security, and area denial without causing permanent harm to human targets. The Active Denial system, as it came to be known, uses millimeter-wave radiation to heat the surface of human skin, creating an intense burning sensation that forces people to move away from the targeted area. The technology works by targeting water molecules in the outer layer of skin, causing them to vibrate rapidly and generate heat. The sensation is reportedly similar to touching a hot light bulb, intense enough to be unbearable but not powerful enough to cause lasting damage. The effect is almost instantaneous and stops immediately when the person moves out of the beam, making it appear to be an ideal non-lethal weapon for situations where conventional force might be inappropriate. But the Active Denial system was just the beginning. Military researchers soon realized that the same basic technology could be scaled up or modified to create much more powerful weapons. Instead of just causing discomfort to human targets, higher-powered microwave weapons could disable vehicle engines, crash aircraft navigation systems, or completely shut down enemy communications networks. The precision of microwave beams meant that specific targets could be affected, while leaving surrounding areas completely unharmed. The development of these weapons accelerated dramatically after the September 11th attacks, as military planners sought new tools for asymmetric warfare and counterterrorism operations. High-powered microwave weapons offered the possibility of disabling improvised explosive devices remotely, shutting down enemy command and control systems, or neutralizing threats without the massive destruction associated with conventional weapons. One of the most significant advances came with the development of airborne, directed energy weapons. The Air Force began testing laser systems capable of shooting down missiles and aircraft in the early 2000s, culminating in the Airborne Laser Program, which mounted a chemical laser on a modified Boeing 747 aircraft. While the program was eventually canceled due to cost and technical challenges, it demonstrated that directed energy weapons could be made powerful enough to destroy hardened military targets at considerable distances. But it's the more subtle applications of directed energy weapons that may be most concerning. Unlike explosive weapons, which leave obvious evidence of their use, directed energy weapons can cause effects that appear to be technical malfunctions, equipment failures, or even natural phenomena. An aircraft that crashes due to navigation system failure caused by a microwave weapon might appear to have suffered mechanical problems. A power grid that fails after being targeted by an electromagnetic pulse weapon could look like it experienced a natural overload or cyber attack. This plausible deniability makes directed energy weapons extremely attractive for covert operations and activities that need to stay below the threshold of open warfare. A nation could potentially use these weapons to cripple an enemy's infrastructure or military capabilities, while maintaining the pretense that no actual attack had occurred. The targeted nation would be left dealing with mysterious technical failures and system crashes, unable to prove that they had been deliberately attacked. The miniaturization of directed energy weapons has made them even more versatile and potentially dangerous. What once required truck-mounted generators and massive antenna arrays can now be accomplished with devices small enough to fit in a briefcase or be mounted on a drone. Portable microwave weapons could theoretically be used to disable security systems, crash aircraft, or cause widespread blackouts from relatively close range without the operators being detected. The proliferation potential of these technologies is particularly concerning. While nuclear weapons require rare materials and extremely sophisticated manufacturing capabilities, directed energy weapons can be built using components that are readily available in the commercial electronics market. A moderately well-funded organization with access to technical expertise could potentially build effective directed energy weapons using equipment purchased legally through normal commercial channels. Intelligence agencies and special operations forces have reportedly been using miniaturized directed energy weapons for years, though official acknowledgement of these capabilities remains extremely limited. Leaked documents suggest that various agencies have developed briefcase-sized devices capable of disabling vehicles, disrupting communications, or incapacitating human targets from several hundred meters away. The precision and stealth capabilities of these weapons make them ideal for operations where conventional force would be inappropriate or counterproductive. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of directed energy weapons development has been the research into their effects on human targets. While the active denial system was designed to be non-lethal, researchers have explored the possibility of using similar technologies for more permanent effects. High-powered microwave weapons can potentially cause internal heating that damages organs, disrupts neural function, or even causes cardiac arrest without leaving obvious external injuries. Studies conducted by the Defense Department and intelligence agencies have explored the use of directed energy weapons for interrogation, crowd control, and psychological warfare. Specific frequencies of electromagnetic radiation can reportedly cause disorientation, nausea, and panic responses in human targets. Other frequencies might be able to disrupt sleep patterns, cause hallucinations, or interfere with cognitive function. The potential for these technologies to be used for torture or coercion has raised serious ethical concerns among human rights organizations. The international legal status of directed energy weapons remains murky. While some applications clearly fall under existing treaties governing weapons of war, others exist in legal gray areas. Non-lethal directed energy weapons used for crowd control might be considered legitimate law enforcement tools, while the same technology used at higher power levels could constitute a weapon of mass destruction. The difficulty of detecting and proving the use of these weapons makes enforcement of any international agreements extremely challenging. Several nations are known to be developing their own directed energy weapons programs. Russia has reportedly tested microwave weapons capable of disabling satellite communications and missile guidance systems. China is believed to be working on laser weapons for anti-satellite applications and defensive systems. Even smaller nations and non-state actors are exploring the potential of these technologies, raising the possibility of an arms race in directed energy weapons that could fundamentally alter the balance of military power. The commercial applications of directed energy technology have provided cover for weapons research while advancing the underlying science. Industrial microwave systems, medical treatments using electromagnetic radiation, and communications technologies have all contributed to the knowledge base that makes weapons applications possible. The dual-use nature of this technology makes it extremely difficult to control or monitor, as legitimate research and development can easily be adapted for military purposes. Recent incidents around the world have raised suspicions that directed energy weapons may already be in operational use. The mysterious Havana syndrome affecting diplomatic personnel has been attributed by some experts to microwave weapon attacks. Unexplained electronic failures in aircraft and ships have led to speculation about hostile use of electromagnetic pulse weapons. While definitive proof remains elusive, the pattern of these incidents suggests that directed energy weapons may have moved from the laboratory to active deployment. The integration of directed energy weapons with artificial intelligence and autonomous systems represents the next frontier in this technology. AI-controlled directed energy weapons could potentially identify and engage targets without human intervention, making split-second decisions about when and how to use these powerful tools. The combination of precise targeting, plausible deniability, and autonomous operation could create weapons systems that operate in a completely different realm from traditional military thinking. Defensive measures against directed energy weapons are extremely challenging to develop and implement. Unlike bullets or explosive devices, electromagnetic radiation cannot be stopped by conventional armor or barriers. Shielding against directed energy weapons requires specialized materials and designs that are expensive, heavy, and often impractical for mobile applications. The asymmetric nature of the threat, where relatively simple and inexpensive weapons can defeat sophisticated and expensive defensive systems, creates significant strategic implications. The psychological impact of directed energy weapons may be as important as their physical effects. The invisible nature of electromagnetic radiation creates a sense of vulnerability that conventional weapons do not. People can take cover from bullets and bombs, but protection from directed energy weapons requires understanding and resources that most individuals and organizations do not possess. This psychological dimension makes directed energy weapons particularly effective for terrorism, coercion, and intimidation. As we move deeper into the 21st century, directed energy weapons are likely to become increasingly common and sophisticated. The underlying technologies continue to advance rapidly, driven by commercial applications and military investment. What once seemed like science fiction is becoming operational reality, creating new forms of warfare and conflict that existing institutions and legal frameworks are ill-equipped to handle. The silent revolution in directed energy weapons may prove to be one of the most significant military developments of our time, fundamentally changing how nations and organizations project power and protect themselves in an increasingly connected and vulnerable world. Deep in the classified corridors of government facilities around the world, there exists a technology so advanced, so invasive, that its very existence challenges everything we think we know about privacy and human consciousness. Remote neural monitoring, or RNM as it's known in intelligence circles, represents perhaps the most profound breach of mental privacy ever conceived. But what exactly is this technology, and why do so few people know about it? Imagine for a moment that someone could read your thoughts from miles away, without any device attached to your body, without your knowledge or consent. Imagine that every fleeting emotion, every private memory, every moment of your inner dialogue could be intercepted, recorded, and analyzed by unseen watchers. This isn't science fiction. According to numerous whistleblowers, patents, and leaked documents, this technology has been in development for decades. The story of remote neural monitoring begins in the shadowy world of military research, where the boundaries between human and machine have been steadily dissolving. In the 1960s and 70s, as the Cold War reached its peak, both American and Soviet scientists were racing to develop what they called psychotronic weapons, devices that could influence or monitor human consciousness from a distance. But to understand how we arrived at today's alleged capabilities, we need to go back to the basics of how our brains actually work. Every thought, every emotion, every movement of your body begins as electrical activity in your brain. These electrical signals, known as neural oscillations or brain waves, operate at specific frequencies. When you're relaxed, your brain produces alpha waves at around 8 to 12 hertz. When you're focused and alert, beta waves dominate at 13 to 30 hertz. During deep sleep, delta waves slow to just half a hertz to 4 hertz. What makes this relevant to remote monitoring is that these electrical signals don't just stay inside your skull. They leak out, creating an electromagnetic field around your head that extends several feet in all directions. In the 1920s, German psychiatrist Hans Berger discovered that these fields were strong enough to be detected by sensitive equipment, leading to the invention of the electroencephalogram, or EEG. But here's where things get interesting. If brain signals can be detected close to the head, the question becomes, how far can this detection range be extended? According to declassified documents from the Central Intelligence Agency, research into remote brain monitoring began as early as the 1950s under programs with innocuous names like MK Ultra and Project Artichoke. One of the most disturbing aspects of this research was how it was conducted. Unwitting subjects, including mental patients, prisoners, and even regular citizens, were used as test subjects without their knowledge or consent. Dr. Ewan Cameron, working with CIA funding at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, conducted experiments that involved subjecting patients to massive doses of LSD, prolonged isolation, and what he called psychic driving, the repetitive playing of recorded messages for weeks at a time. But the chemical and psychological experiments were just the beginning. By the 1970s, researchers had begun exploring the electromagnetic properties of consciousness itself. Dr. José Delgado, a Spanish neuroscientist working with Yale University and later with funding from the Office of Naval Research, developed what he called a stimosiever, a device that could both record brain activity and stimulate specific brain regions remotely. In one famous demonstration, Delgado stepped into a ring with a charging bull. The bull had been implanted with one of his devices, and as it charged toward him, Delgado pressed a button on a remote control. The bull stopped mid-charge, its aggressive behavior instantly neutralized by electromagnetic stimulation of its brain. The implications were staggering. If emotions and behaviors could be controlled remotely in animals, what about in humans? The technology has allegedly advanced far beyond those early experiments. According to multiple sources, including former intelligence operatives and defense contractors, modern remote neural monitoring systems can detect and decode brain activity from distances measured in miles, not feet. These systems supposedly use a combination of satellite technology, advanced signal processing, and artificial intelligence to lock onto an individual's unique neural signature. Every person's brain, it turns out, has a distinctive electromagnetic fingerprint. Just as no two people have identical DNA or fingerprints, no two people have identical brainwave patterns. This neural signature is allegedly as unique as a snowflake, and once cataloged by RNM systems, it can be tracked anywhere on Earth. But how exactly would such a system work? The most commonly cited explanation involves the use of extremely low frequency, or ELF, electromagnetic waves. These waves, which operate at frequencies below 300 Hz, have unique properties that make them ideal for this type of surveillance. Unlike higher frequency radio waves, ELF waves can penetrate deep underground, through buildings, and even through the Earth's crust. They're also naturally resonant with human brain activity. The Earth itself generates ELF waves through lightning strikes and solar activity, creating what's known as the Schumann resonance, a global electromagnetic frequency of approximately 7.83 Hz that closely matches human alpha brain waves. Some researchers believe this natural resonance could be artificially modulated to carry information to and from human brains. The alleged process works something like this. High-powered transmitters, possibly mounted on satellites or hidden in ground-based facilities, send out ELF waves that resonate with a target's brain. These waves supposedly create tiny changes in the brain's electromagnetic field that can be detected by sensitive receivers. The received signals are then processed by supercomputers capable of recognizing patterns in the electromagnetic noise and translating them back into thoughts, images, and emotions. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of remote neural monitoring isn't just its ability to read thoughts, it's its alleged capability to influence them. If electromagnetic signals can be used to detect brain activity, the same principles could theoretically be reversed to transmit information directly into the brain. This process, known as synthetic telepathy or voice-to-skull technology, could allow operators to insert thoughts, voices, or even false memories directly into a target's consciousness. The patents for such technology are not hidden. In 1974, Robert Malich was granted U.S. Patent Number 3,951,134 for apparatus and method for remotely monitoring and altering brain waves. The patent describes a system that uses electromagnetic energy to monitor brain activity and even influence behavior from a distance. Another patent, U.S. Patent Number 4,877,027, granted to Wayne Brunken in 1989, describes a hearing system that can transmit sound directly into a person's head using microwaves. The patent specifically states that the sound appears to originate from within or immediately behind the head. These aren't theoretical documents. They represent real technology that has been developed and refined over decades. But if such capabilities exist, who has access to them, and how are they being used? According to numerous whistleblowers and former intelligence operatives, remote neural monitoring technology is allegedly used by various government agencies for surveillance, interrogation, and what some describe as behavior modification. Former NSA employee Karen Stewart has spoken publicly about what she claims is the targeted use of this technology against American citizens, particularly whistleblowers and activists who pose a threat to government secrecy. Dr. John Hall, a physician and researcher who has extensively studied what he calls satellite terrorism, claims that thousands of people worldwide are being subjected to remote neural monitoring and electronic harassment. These individuals, often referred to as targeted individuals or Ts, report experiencing symptoms that include hearing voices that no one else can hear, feeling physical sensations like electric shocks or burning, and having their thoughts seemingly monitored or influenced by unseen operators. The stories these people tell are remarkably consistent across geographic and cultural boundaries. They describe waking up with knowledge they didn't have before going to sleep, experiencing emotions that don't seem to be their own, and hearing voices that provide information about their private lives that no one else should know. Many report that the harassment began after they became involved in activism, filed lawsuits against government agencies, or came into possession of sensitive information. But the technology isn't limited to government use. According to some sources, private corporations and even criminal organizations have gained access to simplified versions of remote neural monitoring equipment. The implications for corporate espionage, blackmail, and personal privacy are staggering. Imagine a world where your thoughts could be monitored not just by government agencies, but by your employer, your insurance company, or even your neighbors. The medical establishment has been largely silent on the issue of remote neural monitoring, often dismissing reports of electronic harassment as symptoms of mental illness. But some doctors and researchers have begun to take these claims seriously. Dr. Terry Robertson, a former military physician, has stated that he believes the technology exists and is being used against civilian populations. Meanwhile, advances in legitimate brain-computer interface research continue to push the boundaries of what's possible. Companies like Neuralink, founded by Elon Musk, are developing implantable devices that can read and influence brain activity. While these systems currently require surgical implantation, the technology is advancing rapidly toward less invasive methods. Facebook, now Meta, has invested heavily in research aimed at allowing people to type simply by thinking, while Google has demonstrated the ability to decode speech directly from brain signals. These publicly acknowledged research programs provide a glimpse into capabilities that may already exist in classified military and intelligence applications. The international community has been slow to address the implications of remote neural monitoring technology. The European Parliament passed a resolution in 1999 calling for a ban on the development of weapons that might manipulate human beings. But the resolution was largely symbolic and has not been enforced. Russia, meanwhile, has been more open about its development of what it calls psychotronic weapons. Russian military doctrine explicitly includes the use of information psychological warfare techniques designed to influence enemy decision-making and morale. Some analysts believe that alleged sonic attacks on American diplomats in Cuba and China may have involved the use of such weapons. China, too, has invested heavily in brain-computer interface research, with applications ranging from military communications to social control. The Chinese military has published papers describing the potential use of brain control weapons that could influence enemy soldiers' behavior or extract information from prisoners without traditional interrogation techniques. But what makes remote neural monitoring particularly insidious is its invisibility. Unlike traditional surveillance methods, which might involve physical observation or electronic eavesdropping on communications, RNM leaves no obvious traces. A target might never know their thoughts are being monitored until it's too late. The psychological impact on alleged victims is severe. Many report developing symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder, including hypervigilance, paranoia, and social isolation. The knowledge that one's most private thoughts might be under surveillance can be psychologically devastating, leading to what some researchers describe as cognitive liberty violations, the fundamental right to mental self-determination. Some targeted individuals have attempted to shield themselves using various methods, from aluminum foil hats, which have become a cultural joke, to more sophisticated electromagnetic shielding materials. While these methods might provide some protection against certain types of electronic harassment, the alleged sophistication of modern RNM systems would likely make complete protection nearly impossible. The legal framework for addressing remote neural monitoring remains virtually non-existent. Traditional privacy laws were written long before such technology was possible and provide little protection against non-consensual brain monitoring. While some states have passed laws against electronic harassment, proving that such harassment is occurring remains extremely difficult without access to the classified equipment allegedly being used. The implications for human society are profound. If thoughts can be monitored and influenced remotely, what happens to concepts like free will, privacy, and individual autonomy? How can democracy function if voters' thoughts can be influenced by unseen operators? How can justice systems operate if witnesses and even judges might be subject to remote neural influence? Some researchers believe we're approaching what they call a cognitive singularity, a point where the distinction between human and artificial intelligence becomes meaningless. If thoughts can be shared, modified, or entirely artificial, what does it mean to be human? Yet despite decades of alleged development and use, remote neural monitoring remains largely unknown to the general public. The technology's classification level, combined with its seemingly impossible capabilities, has created a perfect environment for both genuine research and disinformation. Separating fact from fiction becomes nearly impossible when the very existence of the technology is denied by those who would have access to it. What we do know is that the human brain's electromagnetic properties are real, measurable, and increasingly well understood. The technology to detect and influence these signals continues to advance at an exponential pace. Whether remote neural monitoring in its most advanced alleged forms currently exists may be debatable, but the fundamental principles that would make it possible are sound. The question isn't whether such technology will eventually be developed. It's whether it already has been, and if so, how it's being used. The answers to these questions may determine the future of human consciousness itself, and whether our thoughts will remain our own in the years to come. As we move deeper into an age where the boundaries between mind and machine continue to blur, the importance of understanding and addressing remote neural monitoring technology becomes ever more critical. The secrets buried in classified research programs today will shape the reality of human experience tomorrow. Look up at the sky on any given day, and you might notice something that wasn't there decades ago. Persistent white trails stretching across the blue expanse, creating artificial clouds that linger for hours. Grid patterns of vapor that slowly spread and merge until they form a hazy blanket across the entire sky. These aren't the contrails your grandfather remembers from his youth, brief vapor trails that quickly dissipated. These are something else entirely, and they're part of one of the most controversial and quietly acknowledged programs in modern history. Welcome to the world of atmospheric aerosol programs, more commonly known by their colloquial name, chemtrails. But before you dismiss this as conspiracy theory nonsense, consider this. The deliberate modification of Earth's atmosphere through the injection of aerosol particles is not only real, it's been the subject of serious scientific research, government funding, and international climate policy discussions for decades. The official term is solar radiation management, or SRM, and it's part of a broader field called geoengineering, the deliberate manipulation of Earth's climate systems to counteract global warming. But the gap between what scientists discuss in academic papers and what's actually happening in our skies may be wider than most people realize. To understand how we got here, we need to go back to the 1920s, when scientists first discovered that the Earth's atmosphere could be artificially modified. It started innocently enough with cloud seeding, the practice of injecting silver iodide particles into clouds to encourage precipitation. By the 1940s, this technology was being used commercially to generate rain for agricultural purposes and to reduce the intensity of hailstorms. But it wasn't long before military applications became apparent. During the Vietnam War, the United States conducted Operation Popeye, a classified weather modification program that used cloud seeding to extend the monsoon season over enemy territory. The goal was to increase rainfall along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, making it impassable for North Vietnamese forces. The program was so successful and so controversial when it was eventually revealed that it led to the 1977 Environmental Modification Convention, which prohibited the military use of weather modification techniques. Yet even as nations agreed not to weaponize weather, research into atmospheric modification continued. By the 1980s, scientists were beginning to understand that human activities were already changing the atmosphere on a global scale through greenhouse gas emissions. This realization led to a new question. If humans were inadvertently changing the climate, could we also change it deliberately to counteract the damage? The concept of solar radiation management emerged from this question. The basic principle is simple. If Earth is warming because more solar energy is being trapped by greenhouse gases, then one solution is to reduce the amount of solar energy reaching the planet's surface. This can be achieved by injecting reflective particles into the stratosphere, where they would scatter incoming sunlight back into space, creating a cooling effect. The inspiration for this approach comes from nature itself. Large volcanic eruptions have always caused temporary global cooling by injecting sulfur compounds into the stratosphere. When Mount Pinatubo erupted in the Philippines in 1991, it released an estimated 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. The resulting aerosol cloud circled the globe and caused average temperatures to drop by about half a degree Celsius for nearly 2 years. Scientists realized that this volcanic cooling effect could be replicated artificially. By injecting sulfur compounds, aluminum oxide particles, or other aerosols into the stratosphere, they could create a persistent cooling effect without the devastating destruction of a volcanic eruption. The technology seemed straightforward enough to use aircraft, balloons, or ground-based systems to deliver particles to the right altitude, where they would naturally spread around the globe. But here's where the official narrative and observed reality begin to diverge. While climate scientists continue to discuss solar radiation management as a future possibility, people around the world report seeing evidence of atmospheric aerosol programs happening right now today, in skis above their heads. The evidence is hard to ignore once you start looking for it. On certain days, skis that start clear in the morning become completely overcast by afternoon, not from natural weather patterns, but from the gradual spreading of what appear to be aircraft-generated aerosol trails. These trails often form geometric patterns, parallel lines, grids, and X formations that don't match normal air traffic routes. Weather modification expert Ben Livingston, a former Navy physicist who worked on cloud seeding projects, has stated publicly that weather modification operations are currently being conducted on a massive scale. According to Livingston, these programs involve the use of specialized equipment installed on both military and civilian aircraft to distribute various aerosol compounds into the atmosphere. The compounds allegedly being used go far beyond the simple sulfur particles discussed in academic papers. Patents filed by aerospace companies describe complex mixtures that might include aluminum oxide, barium compounds, strontium, and even more exotic materials designed to serve multiple purposes beyond simple solar radiation management. U.S. Patent Number 5,360,808, granted to Hughes Aircraft Company in 1994, describes a method of reducing atmospheric warming due to greenhouse gases. The patent outlines a system for dispensing particles from aircraft at altitudes between 7 and 13 miles high, exactly the altitude where many observers report seeing persistent aerosol trails. Another patent, number 5,412,941, describes a method for artificial ionospheric mirror composed of a plasma layer which can be tilted. This patent suggests that aerosol programs might serve purposes beyond climate modification, potentially affecting radio communications, radar systems, and even human behavior through ionospheric manipulation. The diversity of patents related to atmospheric modification is staggering. There are patents for systems that can create artificial weather fronts, patents for devices that can steer hurricanes, and patents for methods of creating persistent artificial clouds. While the existence of patents doesn't prove that the described technologies are being deployed, it does demonstrate that such capabilities have been seriously researched and developed. One of the most concerning aspects of alleged atmospheric aerosol programs is their potential health effects. The particles used in solar radiation management would eventually fall to Earth, where they could be inhaled by humans and animals or absorbed by plants and soil. Aluminum oxide, one of the most commonly mentioned compounds, has been linked to neurological disorders including Alzheimer's disease and autism. Dr. Marvin Herndon, a geophysicist who has published peer-reviewed research on the topic, claims that coal fly ash, a waste product from coal-fired power plants, is being used as an aerosol material. According to Herndon, this practice would explain why atmospheric levels of aluminum, barium, and strontium have increased dramatically in areas with heavy aerosol activity. Soil and water tests conducted by concerned citizens in areas with heavy aerosol activity have indeed shown elevated levels of these metals. In Northern California, Tests conducted by residents of Mount Shasta revealed aluminum levels in local water sources that were many times higher than normal background levels. Similar results have been reported from locations around the world, including Canada, Europe, and Australia. But perhaps even more concerning than the environmental effects are the potential weather manipulation capabilities of these programs. If atmospheric aerosol injection can affect global temperature, it can also affect local weather patterns. The ability to create or disperse clouds, to steer storm systems, or to create drought or flood conditions would represent an unprecedented form of power over Earth's natural systems. Some researchers believe that the catastrophic wildfires that have plagued California, Australia, and other regions in recent years may be connected to atmospheric manipulation programs. The theory suggests that aerosol injections can create the dry, static-charged atmospheric conditions that make massive fires more likely to ignite and spread. Weather modification expert Scott Stevens, a former television meteorologist, has analyzed weather patterns and satellite imagery showing what he believes are clear signs of artificial weather manipulation. According to Stevens, many of the unusual weather patterns of recent years, including polar vortexes, unprecedented droughts, and superstorm events, bear the signatures of artificial intervention. The international scope of alleged aerosol programs raises questions about coordination and control. If such programs are being conducted, who is making the decisions about when and where to deploy them? The United States, China, Russia, and the European Union all have the technological capability to conduct large-scale atmospheric modification, but there's no international body with the authority to coordinate or regulate such activities. China has been remarkably open about its weather modification programs. The Chinese government has announced plans to expand its cloud seeding operations to cover over 2.5 million square miles by 2025. Chinese officials have stated that they successfully modified weather conditions during the Beijing Olympics in 2008, preventing rain during outdoor events through the use of cloud seeding technology. Russia, meanwhile, has a long history of weather modification research dating back to the Soviet era. Russian scientists were among the first to study the ionospheric effects of atmospheric modification, and some researchers believe that Russia's high-frequency active auroral research program, or HAARP-like facilities, are being used in conjunction with aerosol programs to enhance their effectiveness. The United States government's position on atmospheric aerosol programs has been carefully managed. While officials acknowledge that solar radiation management research is ongoing, they maintain that no large-scale deployment has occurred. However, leaked documents and whistleblower testimony suggest that research programs may have evolved into operational systems without public acknowledgement. Edward Snowden's document releases included references to classified programs related to atmospheric research and climate modification. While the specific details remain classified, the documents confirm that government agencies have been investigating atmospheric manipulation technologies far beyond what has been publicly acknowledged. One of the most significant revelations came from a leaked audio recording of a meeting between NASA scientists and government officials in 2006. In the recording, participants discuss ongoing aerosol programs and their effects on public health, with one official stating that the programs are necessary to prevent catastrophic climate change, but acknowledging that public disclosure could lead to widespread panic and resistance. The aviation industry's role in alleged aerosol programs remains unclear but suspicious. Commercial aircraft are equipped with auxiliary fuel systems that could theoretically be modified to distribute aerosol materials without the knowledge of flight crews. The fact that many reported aerosol trails originate from aircraft flying routes that don't appear on public flight tracking systems has led some researchers to suspect that specialized aircraft are being used for these operations. Former aircraft mechanic turned whistleblower Kristen Megan has testified about her experiences with unusual chemical shipments and equipment modifications while working for the Air Force. According to Megan, she observed the installation of aerosol dispersal systems on military aircraft and was ordered to keep quiet about activities that didn't match official explanations. The psychological aspect of atmospheric aerosol programs cannot be ignored. The ability to modify weather and atmospheric conditions could be used to influence human behavior on a massive scale. Changes in barometric pressure, humidity, and atmospheric electrical charge have all been shown to affect human mood, cognitive function, and social behavior. Some researchers have suggested that aerosol programs might be designed not just to manage solar radiation, but to create atmospheric conditions that promote social compliance and reduce civil unrest. The theory, while impossible to prove without classified information, is based on documented research into how environmental factors affect human psychology and behavior. The economic implications of weather modification are staggering. The global weather derivatives market, where companies bet on weather outcomes, is worth billions of dollars annually. The ability to influence weather patterns would provide an unprecedented advantage in these markets, potentially allowing those with access to weather modification technology to manipulate economic conditions on a global scale. Agriculture, energy production, and countless other industries depend on predictable weather patterns. If these patterns can be artificially controlled, it creates the potential for economic warfare on a scale never before possible. Droughts could be created in enemy territories, while favorable conditions are maintained in allied regions. The health effects of long-term exposure to atmospheric aerosols remain largely unstudied in any official capacity. However, researchers have noted correlations between heavy aerosol activity and increased rates of respiratory illness, neurological disorders, and unusual disease patterns. The lack of official health monitoring related to aerosol programs means that any health effects would likely go undetected for years or decades. Dr. Ilya Sandra Perlingiri, an environmental toxicologist, has documented what she describes as a dramatic increase in unusual illness patterns in areas with heavy aerosol activity. These include increased rates of autism, Alzheimer's disease, and rare neurological conditions that were uncommon before the alleged start of large-scale aerosol programs. Public awareness of atmospheric aerosol programs has grown significantly in recent years, despite efforts to dismiss concerns as conspiracy theories. The term chemtrails has entered common usage, and citizens around the world have organized to document and resist what they believe are unauthorized atmospheric modification programs. However, the scientific community remains divided. While some researchers acknowledge that the observed atmospheric phenomena require explanation, others maintain that increased air traffic and changes in aircraft technology adequately explain the persistence of modern contrails. The truth likely lies somewhere between the extremes. Climate modification research is undoubtedly real and ongoing, and the technology to conduct large-scale atmospheric aerosol programs clearly exists. Whether such programs are currently being deployed on a global scale remains a matter of debate, but the evidence suggests that, at minimum, small-scale testing and research operations are occurring with far greater frequency than officially acknowledged. What's certain is that the debate over atmospheric aerosol programs touches on some of the most fundamental questions of our time. Who has the right to modify Earth's atmosphere? How should global climate interventions be governed? And what are the long-term consequences of treating our planet's atmospheric systems as a laboratory for climate engineering? The skies above us may never be the same as they were in previous generations. Whether that's due to natural changes, necessary climate interventions, or something more sinister may determine the future habitability of our planet and the freedom of its inhabitants. As we continue to grapple with climate change and environmental degradation, the temptation to implement technological fixes like atmospheric aerosol programs will only grow stronger. But the history of unintended consequences suggests that modifying Earth's atmospheric systems without full public disclosure and democratic oversight could create problems far worse than the ones these programs are meant to solve. The clouds above us may be telling a story that most people aren't yet ready to hear. But as more evidence emerges and more people begin to question what they see in the sky, the truth about atmospheric aerosol programs may finally come to light, revealing secrets that have been hidden in plain sight all along. Every day, you're bombarded with thousands of messages. Advertisements flash across your screen, billboards line the highways, and commercials interrupt your favorite shows. But what if some of these messages aren't meant for your conscious mind at all? What if there's an entire world of communication happening just below the threshold of your awareness, designed to influence your thoughts, desires, and purchasing decisions without you ever knowing it? This is the shadowy realm of subliminal advertising, a practice that has been whispered about in marketing circles for decades, denied by corporations, and buried by media conglomerates who prefer to keep their most powerful tools hidden from public scrutiny. The very term sends chills down the spines of advertisers who know its true potential, and for good reason. Because if the public truly understood how deeply their subconscious minds are being manipulated, it might change everything about how we consume media. The story begins in 1957 in a small movie theater in Fort Lee, New Jersey. A market researcher named James Vickery claimed he had conducted an experiment that would forever change the advertising industry. During showings of the romantic comedy Picnic, starring William Holden and Kim Novak, Vickery allegedly flashed messages on the screen for just 1/3000th of a second. The messages were simple: drink Coca-Cola and eat popcorn. The exposure time was so brief that moviegoers couldn't consciously perceive them, yet Vickery claimed the results were astounding. Coca-Cola sales increased by 18.1%, and popcorn sales jumped by 57.7%. The revelation sent shockwaves through society. If advertisers could manipulate people's behavior without their knowledge, what did that mean for free will, for democracy, for the very nature of human choice? The public was outraged, politicians called for investigations, and the advertising industry scrambled to distance itself from what seemed like a form of mental invasion. But here's where the story takes its first mysterious turn. Years later, Vickery admitted that his famous experiment was a fabrication, a publicity stunt designed to save his failing marketing company. He had made up the entire story, including the dramatic sales increases. The confession should have put the matter to rest, but instead, it only deepened the mystery. Because by then, other researchers had begun conducting their own experiments, and some of them were finding very different results. The question that haunts researchers to this day is this: if Vickery's original experiment was fake, why did subsequent real experiments sometimes show that subliminal messages could indeed influence behavior? Had Vickery accidentally stumbled upon a real phenomenon while trying to create a fictional one? Or was there something else going on, something that the advertising industry preferred to keep hidden? The truth is that subliminal advertising never really went away. It just got more sophisticated, more subtle, and infinitely more difficult to detect. While the crude technique of flashing messages for split seconds was largely abandoned, advertisers discovered far more elegant ways to bypass conscious awareness and speak directly to the subconscious mind. One of the most disturbing aspects of modern subliminal advertising is how it exploits the way our brains process visual information. The human visual system is incredibly complex, capable of detecting and processing far more information than we consciously realize. While your attention might be focused on the main action of a commercial or movie, your peripheral vision and subconscious mind are busy cataloging every detail in the frame. Consider the seemingly innocent practice of product placement. You might think you're simply watching your favorite character drink a particular brand of soda, but the reality is far more calculated. The placement of that product, the angle at which it's shot, the lighting that illuminates the label, the duration it remains visible, even the emotional context in which it appears, all of these elements are carefully orchestrated to create subconscious associations. But product placement is just the beginning. Modern subliminal advertising employs techniques so subtle that they border on the invisible. Colors are chosen not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their psychological impact. Red might subconsciously signal urgency or passion, blue might evoke trust and reliability, while green might suggest health and naturalness. These color associations are so deeply embedded in our psychology that we respond to them automatically, without conscious thought. The manipulation goes even deeper than color psychology. Advertisers have learned to exploit what psychologists call priming effects. By exposing you to certain words, images, or concepts, they can influence your subsequent thoughts and behaviors in ways you'll never suspect. A subtle image of a family might prime you to think about security and protection, making you more receptive to insurance advertisements. A brief glimpse of luxury items might activate your aspirational desires, making you more likely to purchase premium products. One of the most controversial techniques involves the use of embedded images, sometimes called embeds. These are tiny, often abstract images hidden within larger advertisements, designed to be perceived subconsciously rather than consciously. A researcher named Wilson Bryan Key spent decades documenting these embeds, claiming to find hidden sexual imagery in everything from liquor advertisements to restaurant logos. While many of his specific claims were disputed, the underlying principle remains disturbing. If images can be embedded in ways that influence subconscious processing, what's to stop advertisers from using this technique? The music industry provides another fascinating example of subliminal influence. The background music in commercials isn't chosen randomly. Specific rhythms, melodies, and even frequencies are selected to create desired emotional states. A slightly faster tempo might create a sense of urgency, encouraging immediate action. Certain chord progressions might evoke nostalgia, making you more receptive to messages about tradition and heritage. Some researchers have even suggested that specific frequencies can influence brainwave patterns, potentially making viewers more suggestible. But perhaps the most sophisticated form of subliminal advertising involves the manipulation of timing and rhythm. Television commercials, for instance, are often edited to match the natural rhythms of human attention. Quick cuts and scene changes might be timed to coincide with the brain's natural processing cycles, making the message more likely to be absorbed and remembered. This technique, sometimes called neuroediting, represents a new frontier in subliminal influence. The rise of digital technology has opened up entirely new avenues for subliminal manipulation. Eye tracking technology allows advertisers to know exactly where viewers are looking at any given moment, enabling them to place subliminal elements in the precise locations where they'll have maximum impact. Facial recognition software can gauge emotional responses in real time, allowing for dynamic adjustment of subliminal content based on viewer reaction. Social media platforms have become particularly sophisticated in their use of subliminal techniques. The endless scroll of content isn't random. It's carefully curated to maintain engagement and influence behavior. The timing of posts, the juxtaposition of different types of content, even the colors and shapes of interface elements, all work together to create subconscious associations and drive specific behaviors. One of the most unsettling aspects of modern subliminal advertising is how it exploits our basic psychological needs and vulnerabilities. Advertisers have learned to identify and target our deepest insecurities, fears, and desires. A car commercial might subliminally associate the vehicle with sexual attractiveness, playing on our fundamental need for acceptance and companionship. A food advertisement might tap into childhood memories of comfort and security, making us more likely to purchase products that promise to recreate those feelings. The technique of associative conditioning has become particularly sophisticated. By repeatedly pairing their products with positive images, emotions, or experiences, advertisers can create automatic positive responses that bypass rational thought. You might find yourself inexplicably drawn to a particular brand without being able to explain why, never realizing that your preference was shaped by countless subliminal exposures over time. Perhaps even more disturbing is the use of fear-based subliminal messaging. By subconsciously associating competing products with negative emotions or outcomes, advertisers can steer consumers toward their preferred choices. This technique is particularly common in political advertising, where subtle visual and auditory cues can influence voter perceptions without triggering conscious analysis. The entertainment industry has become a willing partner in this subliminal manipulation. Movies and television shows routinely incorporate subliminal advertising techniques, not just through product placement, but through more subtle forms of psychological influence. The heroes in action movies often embody certain lifestyle choices or brand preferences, creating subconscious associations between those choices and positive attributes like strength, intelligence, or attractiveness. Video games represent a particularly fertile ground for subliminal advertising. The interactive nature of gaming creates multiple opportunities for subconscious influence, from the virtual billboards that line game environments to the subtle product integrations that appear as part of the game mechanics. Players, focused on gameplay, are often unaware of the marketing messages being absorbed by their subconscious minds. The rise of artificial intelligence has made subliminal advertising even more sophisticated and personalized. AI systems can analyze vast amounts of personal data to identify individual psychological profiles, allowing for the creation of subliminal messages tailored to specific personalities, fears, and desires. This level of personalization makes the subliminal influence far more effective and much harder to detect. Neuromarketing, the practice of using neuroscience techniques to study consumer behavior, has provided advertisers with unprecedented insights into how subliminal messages affect the brain. Brain imaging technology can show exactly which areas of the brain respond to different types of subliminal stimuli, allowing advertisers to refine their techniques with scientific precision. The implications of this research are profound. If advertisers can map the neural pathways involved in decision-making and target them with subliminal messages, what does that mean for consumer choice, for free will, for the very concept of rational decision-making? Some researchers argue that we may have already crossed a line where true consumer choice is becoming impossible, replaced by sophisticated forms of neural manipulation. Children represent a particularly vulnerable population when it comes to subliminal advertising. Young minds are more susceptible to suggestion and less capable of critical analysis. Yet children's programming is saturated with subliminal techniques designed to influence their preferences and behaviors. From the colors and shapes used in toy commercials to the subtle personality traits exhibited by cartoon characters, everything is calculated to create lasting psychological impressions. The food industry has been particularly aggressive in its use of subliminal techniques targeting children. Fast food restaurants use specific color combinations, character designs, and musical cues that trigger pleasure responses in young brains. These associations, formed in childhood, can influence eating habits for life, potentially contributing to obesity and other health problems. But children aren't the only vulnerable population. Elderly consumers, individuals with cognitive impairments, and people experiencing emotional distress may all be more susceptible to subliminal influence. This raises serious ethical questions about the responsibility of advertisers and the need for regulatory oversight. The regulatory response to subliminal advertising has been inconsistent and often ineffective. While some countries have banned the most obvious forms of subliminal messaging, the subtle techniques that dominate modern advertising often fall into legal gray areas. The challenge is that proving subliminal influence is extremely difficult, especially when the techniques are designed to be undetectable. Industry self-regulation has been largely toothless. Advertising associations have created codes of conduct that prohibit subliminal advertising, but these codes typically define subliminal messaging so narrowly that most modern techniques fall outside their scope. The result is a system where advertisers can claim compliance with ethical standards while continuing to employ sophisticated forms of subconscious manipulation. The international nature of modern media has further complicated regulatory efforts. A commercial produced in one country might be broadcast worldwide, making it difficult to enforce local regulations. Digital platforms that operate across multiple jurisdictions can easily circumvent national laws designed to protect consumers from subliminal manipulation. Perhaps most troubling is the growing body of evidence suggesting that subliminal advertising techniques are becoming more powerful and more pervasive. As our understanding of psychology and neuroscience advances, advertisers gain new tools for influencing subconscious behavior. The result is an arms race between those who seek to manipulate and those who seek to protect consumer autonomy. The psychological effects of constant subliminal manipulation are only beginning to be understood. Some researchers suggest that the constant bombardment of subconscious messages may be contributing to increased anxiety, depression, and feelings of inadequacy in the general population. If our subconscious minds are constantly being told that we're not attractive enough, successful enough, or happy enough, it's hardly surprising that mental health problems are on the rise. The impact on creativity and independent thought may be even more significant. If our preferences, desires, and even our sense of identity are being shaped by subliminal messages, how can we know which thoughts and feelings are truly our own? The possibility that our inner lives are being colonized by commercial interests represents a profound threat to human autonomy and dignity. Consumer awareness of subliminal advertising remains frustratingly low. Surveys consistently show that most people believe they are immune to advertising influence, a cognitive bias that actually makes them more susceptible to subliminal techniques. The more confident people are in their ability to resist manipulation, the less likely they are to critically examine the subtle influences shaping their thoughts and behaviors. Education about subliminal advertising faces significant obstacles. The techniques are often technical and difficult to explain to lay audiences. Moreover, the advertising industry has a vested interest in keeping public awareness low, and they have the resources to shape public discourse through their own subliminal influence campaigns. The rise of ad blocking technology has provided some protection against traditional advertising, but it's largely ineffective against subliminal techniques embedded in content. Product placement, subtle psychological manipulation, and neuromarketing techniques all bypass traditional ad blockers, leaving consumers vulnerable to influence they may not even realize they're receiving. Some researchers have suggested that the solution lies in developing technology that can detect and alert users to subliminal content. However, the sophisticated nature of modern subliminal techniques makes this extremely challenging. By the time detection technology is developed, advertisers have typically moved on to even more subtle methods. The ethical implications of subliminal advertising extend far beyond consumer protection. If powerful entities can influence human behavior at a subconscious level, what prevents them from using these techniques for political manipulation or social control? The same psychological principles that make people buy products can also make them vote for candidates or support policies. Political subliminal advertising represents a particularly serious threat to democratic processes. While political advertisements are subject to various regulations, subliminal techniques can be used to influence voter behavior without triggering these protections. The result may be elections where outcomes are determined not by rational deliberation, but by sophisticated psychological manipulation. The international implications are equally troubling. Nations with advanced subliminal advertising capabilities could potentially influence the populations of other countries through exported media content. This represents a new form of soft power that operates below the threshold of conscious awareness, making it extremely difficult to detect or counter. As we look to the future, the trajectory of subliminal advertising appears to be toward even greater sophistication and pervasiveness. Virtual and augmented reality technologies will provide new opportunities for immersive subliminal influence. Brain-computer interfaces may eventually allow direct neural stimulation, bypassing sensory channels entirely. The development of artificial general intelligence could lead to subliminal techniques that are far beyond current human capabilities. AI systems could potentially identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities that humans haven't even discovered yet, creating forms of influence that are both more powerful and more subtle than anything we've seen before. Yet despite these disturbing trends, there are reasons for hope. Growing awareness of psychological manipulation techniques is leading to increased consumer skepticism and demand for transparency. New technologies that can detect subliminal content are being developed, and regulatory frameworks are slowly evolving to address modern influence techniques. The most important defense against subliminal advertising may be education and critical thinking. By understanding how these techniques work, consumers can develop the mental tools needed to recognize and resist subliminal influence. This requires not just knowledge of specific techniques, but a deeper understanding of human psychology and the ways our minds can be manipulated. The battle for control of the human subconscious represents one of the defining struggles of the modern era. On one side are powerful commercial and political interests with sophisticated tools for psychological manipulation. On the other side are individuals seeking to maintain their autonomy and make truly free choices. The outcome of this struggle will determine not just what we buy or how we vote, but who we become as human beings. In the end, the most disturbing aspect of subliminal advertising may not be its power to influence our behavior, but its potential to erode our sense of self. If our thoughts, feelings, and desires can be shaped by hidden messages, what remains of our authentic selves? The answer to that question may determine the future of human consciousness itself. The secrets of subliminal advertising continue to be buried beneath layers of corporate denial and regulatory indifference. But as our understanding of the human mind grows, so too does our ability to recognize and resist these subtle forms of manipulation. The question is whether we'll develop these defenses fast enough to preserve our autonomy in an age of ever-increasing psychological sophistication. What we know for certain is this: the messages designed to influence your subconscious mind are all around you, embedded in the media you consume, the products you see, and the digital environments you inhabit. They're working on you right now, as you process these words, shaping your thoughts and feelings in ways you may never fully understand. The only question is whether you'll choose to remain unconscious of their influence, or awaken to the hidden battle being fought for control of your mind. The modern world is full of secrets, some locked away in classified files, some lost in the noise of daily headlines, and others hiding right in front of us, unnoticed. The stories we've uncovered tonight are just a small window into the hidden, the unexplained, and the quietly buried truths that shape our reality more than we realize. But for every answer, new questions emerge. If you enjoyed this journey into the unknown, be sure to subscribe and check out our other long-form documentaries for more mysteries the world rarely dares to explore. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.